Good evening. The February 23rd, 2026 meeting of the Evanston City Council will come to order. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Burns will be in shortly. Councilmember Sufferton.
Here.
Councilmember Davis is not here. Councilmember Rogers.
Here.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Here.
Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Harris.
Present.
Councilmember Owls.
Here.
Councilmember Newsma.
Here.
Mayor Biss.
Here. We have a quorum present and are prepared to do our work for the evening. It's my understanding that neither of the council members currently not present is seeking to participate virtually. Is that correct, Clerk Mendoza?
Yeah.
Okay. So we can skip that item on the agenda. The next item on the agenda is my public announcements and proclamations, of which there is one proclaiming February 2026 Black History Month. Whereas in 1926, Dr. Carter G. Woodson, who worked in Kentucky coal mines as a child and was the son of formerly enslaved people, proposed and launched a week-long celebration of the individuals and occasions having a significant impact on African American history in America. And whereas Dr. Woodson chose the month of February to conduct this commemoration because the birthdays of two men whose actions have significantly affected African Americans in the country are in February, namely Frederick Douglass, the gifted orator, writer, and statesman who was a tireless advocate of the anti-slavery movement, and Abraham Lincoln, a native son of Kentucky who signed the Emancipation Proclamation. And whereas African American History Month was originally founded to be the second week of February, and its inception was named Negro History Week, and was expanded to a month with a name change to African American History Month during a convention of the Association for the Study of Negro Life and Culture in the 1970s, with the association also changing its name at that time to the Association for the Study of African American Life and History. And whereas during the month of February 2025, across the United States of America, observances are held to increase public awareness of the importance of Black history and the contributions that African Americans have made toward this country. And whereas the citizens of Evanston should recommit themselves to an ideal America where equality and justice will always prevail, and to the principles of love, wisdom, understanding, and compassion toward one another. And whereas the respect that fellow citizens have for one another determines the value of any country or any community. Now, therefore, I do hereby proclaim February 2026 as Black History Month in the city of Evanston, and hereby urge all in this great city to be mindful and celebratory of the contributions of African Americans throughout the year. And it's my understanding that no one is here to accept this evening, but I thought nonetheless it was important to conduct this commemoration and read this proclamation in concert with the other activities going on this month. So thank you to all for organizing those. The next item on the agenda is the city manager's public announcements.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and Clerk Mendoza. Tonight I have one announcement, and we have our friends from the 4th of July Association who are here to make some announcements and share some information. And this is an extra special 4th of July, so I would like to welcome Tracy up.
Thank you, Manager, Mayor, City Council. I'm Tracy Alden, President of the Evanston 4th of July Association. With me, Bruce Bomberger, Leslie Murphy, and Betsy Lane. And we are here as Manager Stowe mentioned, this is the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence, and this year's theme for the Evanston Parade is Home of the Brave since 1776. We felt that was a very appropriate theme. It takes a lot of bravery to live in the United States today, and we admire everything that our city does, and we have been working with you for years, 100 years actually, our association, and we have everything pretty much set up and ready for this upcoming year. However, we have some problems. We are a nonprofit organization, and we work very closely with you, but we put together a letter with some data explaining our situation, financial situation, which I believe you have, was sent to you by the manager. And you know, we want to be upfront and transparent and let you know that we need some help. There are some things happening Tariffs are affecting fireworks, donations are down, and the model that we have, this nonprofit organization, is, been going on for a long time, but our partnership with you, we want to keep it strong, and that's what this is all about. It's a partnership where we bring funds, events, volunteers together, so the staff and city coffers don't have to. I would want to bring up now Bruce Bromberger to give a brief little history of our association. And if you would indulge us, there you go, Bruce.
Good evening. I'm Bruce Bromberger, trustee emeritus of the 4th of July Association. I'm going to give you a little snapshot history of our organization. We've been active since 1922. Celebrations initially were focused on a twilight show and fireworks at what was then Dyke Stadium. It was an exclusive event requiring people to buy a ticket for admission. Our financial base was grown significantly in 1957 when Walt Disney and the Mouseketeers came to Evanston, filled the stadium, generated tremendous revenue for the association, which was invested wisely, generated a good nest egg. In the late 70s, we realized that Dyke Stadium was not a friendly place to do fireworks with tartan turf. I initiated the move down to the lakefront to be an inclusive event, free for all, the parade, of course, and the fireworks concert. We started community-wide fundraising in 1980. We typically found that the cost of fundraising was almost as much as what we received in contributions. Over the years, we dug into our wonderful endowment investment income, sustained the operation, but currently we are headed toward what you might reference as bankruptcy as a business. So we have a serious financial issue going forward, and we want to make sure that you and the community are aware of that.
Thank you, Bruce. Leslie Murphy has done a little bit of research. I want to add her comments to our little presentation here. This is just, and Leslie, please step up. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Leslie Murphy, resident of the city of Evanston for over 40 years. We all have our own memories, experiences, and hopes for every 4th of July celebration every year. There's been a lot of good press in the last couple of years about bringing to the community the understanding that this is not a directly funded City of Evanston event. This has been done through a different business model than most of the other North Shore communities. I've done a little bit of research. You might be aware that most of our neighboring communities, the majority of the costs that are implemented on their own 4th of July association, or 4th of July celebrations, are largely funded through area-wide park districts. Fundraising is done supplemental to that. Our neighbor to the west, who I used to be working directly for, the Village of Skokie, they supply their 4th of July Association with an annual contribution of $35,000, which goes towards fireworks as well as parade. But the majority of the other communities, as I indicated, are largely funded, covered by their park districts. So we're one of the very few, if not one of the lesser few, that are completely funded outside of city general fund. So we'd be happy to continue to do this sort of research if needed. But I think our point today is that this is a business model that is unsustainable going forward. And so we want to make sure that you as the city, our partners, deliver a quality program. But we are at a point now, and we have several new members on our association. I'm a new member. I just joined last year, courtesy of Sam Sibley. And he has been terrific at trying to find new members to our association. But we're all recognizing that this is this is a situation that is not going to be able to continue if we can't get more assistance from with either the city, potentially Northwestern, potentially through the programming that I know that is going on an annual basis. So we're here tonight to ask for your support and also to give us some guidance, if you can, about where we might be able to get a stronger level of sustainability when it comes to funding this organization.
Thank you, Leslie. So we're just laying this out. I appreciate the time. We've been working with you for years, especially the mayor and the manager. And we know the city has almost an equal amount of money in in-kind services, police overtime and whatnot, that makes this possible. And so we're just here to let you know that we're at a point where we really want to work close and need some direction and guidance with where we're going to go in the future. This year's set. Next year's looking good, but we want to make sure this, the celebration continues. So thank you, Manager.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you all being here today and appreciate your ongoing service, and we'll continue the conversations.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you. And I just want to thank you all for all your work. It's really a tremendous asset to our city. Really helps to make Evanston special. And just given the way our format is, we wouldn't discuss it now, but this might be something for Economic Development Committee that we could discuss in terms of, I appreciate you coming forward to express the need for funding. So that might be the place where we would discuss it in the future. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns. Oh, sorry. Would the clerk please add Councilmember Burns to the roll? Councilmember Burns.
I mean, considering how this event really does engage all of Evanston, when I think about who participates, both as observers, but also who participate in the parade, and considering the amount, I'm just really surprised that we're not supporting, and I would support. So I'm going to talk to our city manager and figure out, and the mayor, whoever, to figure out the best place to discuss this. As Councilmember Kelly said, Economic Development Committee might be that venue, but you have my support. Like, we should be funding this every year. It should not, y'all shouldn't be in this position. So just wanted you to know that. Thank you.
And just wanted to clarify, Councilmember, thanks for your comments. The city does incur costs of about $125,000 each year to cover our contributions to 4th of July.
Yeah, I heard it, in kind, yep. And I think the model is, and if I'm getting this wrong, Director Thompson, let me know, but I remember at one point we were talking about like city, I don't know if it's sponsored was the term, events or something, but you and I have talked about like the council having discussion about certain events that we want to sponsor or support as a city. And I don't know if that's something we've ever discussed, or maybe the Parks and Rec committee has discussed it, or board. But that might be a model that something like this falls under.
Good evening, Audrey Thompson, Director for Parks and Recreation. So we have worked on that. When Commander Safier was here, we worked on a proposal. There are a lot of different events that come to this, our special events committee meeting every Wednesday. And some of them are city sponsored, some of them are city supported. And so, just going back, I would like to also say that it's in kind for the 4th of July, but we also have some out-of-pocket expenses for that. We nearly spend $7,000 for porta potties. And so I just want to say that there are out-of-pocket expenses that we have. That is a date that is double pay for many of our staff. And so we began in 2023 tracking many of the expenses. And so when you look at police, fire, what it takes to shut down all of Central Street practically from, all the way to Green Bay, that is a pretty excessive expense for the parade. And so while there are expenses for the fireworks themselves, a large portion of the staffing costs are related to the parade.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. I know the city is doing, has done what it can. I feel like there's some events that just where it makes sense for the city to. We're not talking about like a, some other social cause. Like this just feels like an event where the city, should get behind it and honestly just sponsor it. I mean, unless there's something I'm not thinking about, but.
No, and I think that City Manager Stowe has really asked us to start thinking about what those different special events look like. If you live in a city and you say you don't have bragging rights about living in that city, there are certain events that you must have in that city. And, some of those are not only 4th of July, but Juneteenth are celebrations for Hispanic, Heritage Month. So there are a lot of different events. The Umbrella Festival, there are a lot of events that are in this city that are huge. Yep. And so I think that at some point we need to look at how we are funding those by giving some support to those in some way. So that is, definitely something that we can look at. But knowing that we are already providing a lot of support, for staff.
And do you think Parks and Rec Board is a good place to have the discussion? Or we've also talked about, it was mentioned a moment ago, Economic Development Committee, maybe both?
Economic Development Committee, I do think that special events are really out of the scope for the Parks and Rec Board. We have our own special events, but I chair the special events for all of the events for the city, not just Parks and Rec.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you. So, yes, I just, again, want to express appreciation for all the hard work. We're so lucky to have so many residents work so hard on this and on Juneteenth. And, these really are like institutions in our city. So, and thank you to staff for the support that we do give. But I would like to see line items for these events in a regular budget so that you all can count on a certain amount of funding. So I look forward to this discussion at Economic Development Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks so much. Thanks for it's a great day in Evanston, July 4th, because of the work that you guys do. So thank you so much. The next item on the agenda is communications from the city clerk.
Yes, good evening. The clerk's office would like to inform the council, and I sent an email about this earlier, but also the community, that in coordination with the city's website transition, we are fully implementing the iCompass Meeting Manager as the official meeting portal for all city boards, commissions, and committees. We've also met with members of the press as well to inform them of this change. And moving forward, the meeting portal will serve as the central location for agendas, minutes, meeting schedules, membership information, vacancies, public participation instructions, and all boards, commissions, and committees. And it'll have a full directory of how to publicly participate in all BCCs on one page, so you don't have to be scrolling around for those. This transition is an important step in modernizing the city's public meeting systems and ensuring compliance with updated federal ADA accessibility requirements. The new portal will allow us to publish accessible HTML versions of agendas and minutes, along with printable PDFs. It improves screen reader capabilities and standardizes public participation information so residents can move easily and understand how to attend meetings and submit comments, public comment. In addition to improving accessibility, the portal will increase transparency and accuracy. Materials can be corrected and republished immediately when needed, reducing confusion for multiple document versions and ensuring that the public always has access to the most current information. And residents should note that current and recent meeting materials are now available in the meeting portal, while older historical documents are being migrated into the city's document center, which is managed through Laserfish, which will serve as the city's long-term public digital archives for records not only in the clerk's office, but throughout different departments in the city. And then the clerk's office will continue working with different departments to finalize the updates to the meeting manager and ensure all boards, commissions, and committees are fully standardized in the system. So please reach out to the clerk's office if you have any questions or concerns via email. Our email is cityclerk@cityofevanston.org. And this information will also be available in the portal on how to reach us. And the URL for that is cityofevanston.civicweb.net/portal. But there will be direct links on the, once we launch the the new, we do the website transition, the links to all of those BCC portal pages will be on the website, just how you find them now. The only difference is that you'll be redirected into that meeting manager, the new page. Yeah, so that's all. Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is public comment. This evening, everyone will be given 2 minutes and 15 seconds for public comment. We'll begin, as always, with those who signed up in person to speak in person, beginning with Frank Hill, followed by Bonnie Wilson, and then Tricia Connolly.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, fellow residents. Frank Hill, 7th Ward, single-family detached homeowner. I have heard it suggested that Evanston's zoning code only needs to be tweaked. Our zoning code is, by definition, an economic or exclusionary code. It is built on a foundation that goes back to the first half of the 20th century, when economic zoning, meaning large lot sizes and single-family home-only districts, were adopted as a pretext for cities, including Evanston, to continue to zone based on race. I'd wager no one in this room would argue merely tweaking a practice such as redlining. Making minor tweaks to an exclusionary zoning code built on a foundation of segregationist zoning seems equally antithetical to what we purportedly value as Evanstonians. Also, there is nothing radical about upzoning. Governor Pritzker just proposed the build plan last week in his State of the State. Zoning reform was part of Kamala Harris's platform during her presidential run. These are mainstream Democratic ideas. In addition, the practices of increasing density and legalizing multi-unit building by right are and have been best practices in cities throughout the country for years. If anything, Evanston is behind. We Evanstonians listen to experts on vaccines. We listen to experts on climate change. We listen to experts on nutrition and exercise and in so many parts of our lives. We Evanstonians need to listen to zoning experts and expert city planners when it comes to approaching Evanston's zoning code. I urge council to approve a scope of services that permits the broadest possible revision and progress when it comes to housing in Evanston. The time has passed for tweaking and delay. It is time for real change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Bonnie Wilson, who will be followed by Tricia Connolly and then Dan Lev.
Hi, everybody. I'm Bonnie Wilson, speaking tonight as a board member of the Downtown Evanston Residents Association. The board is asking for your support for the Jazz Club on Sherman in downtown Evanston. We see the Jazz Club as another step in bringing more activity to downtown Evanston, along with the opening of Northlight Theater. Having the Jazz Club Theater gives people more reason to patronize our restaurants and other businesses, making downtown a more popular evening destination. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Tricia Connolly, who will be followed by Dan Lev and then Paula Twilling.
Good evening, Tricia Connolly, 2nd Ward. Mayor Biss, since you announced you were running for Congress 17 days after you were reelected, after spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to defeat a candidate that was willing to stick around and put this community's needs at the forefront, it is surprising that you also received the Progressive Caucus endorsement. Clearly, they have not done their homework. I'm asking you about your ability to fight. There was no fight to do something on behalf of the Wesley residents, the majority black seniors who were kicked out of their homes here in Evanston, who are on the clock and going to be off of anybody's minds come May when the city washes their hands. You were not interested in advocating for strong community benefit with Northwestern during the Ryan Field negotiations. When Northwestern needed the city, we had leverage. When there was community push concerning a ceasefire that you knew was contentious, but you never showed up to the Equity Empowerment Committee meetings. You allowed for black women to be skewered, screamed at, and demeaned. Then fired Liam Bird, who was the E&E director. Does this sound progressive? And we're still waiting for the circuit breaker to make it to you all, a program that would help low-income residents stay in their home. It's stuck in committees for over a year. Is this progressive? Last I checked, there are many cities passing legislation to have municipal police be on site and document what's happening when ICE hits their city. What are you up to on this? Is there a reason for the delay? If we're going to have local police, and I'm not totally an advocate of having local police on the scene, but this might be one of the few reasons I would suggest we have them present when we have armed agents going against our community. What's going on? Please show us your actions, not your words. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Dan Lev, who will be followed by Paula Twilling and then Paula Scholl.
Good evening. I'm here to speak in favor of a broad spectrum of the scope of services for the proposed zoning rewrite. The comprehensive plan, while I'm very happy with the final results, took about 2 years and is ultimately a non-binding planning document. You cannot hold housing policy to the comprehensive plan. It's a large non-binding guiding document. So to have a scope of services for a rewrite of the zoning code that would call for small technical tweaks would just be a half measure. It would effectively neuter and waste the 2-year process that we just completed to write and rewrite the comprehensive plan. If the comprehensive plan's goal was to change Evanston's strategic zoning and land use policies based on an outdated model from the 1990s, and we're now moving that the comprehensive plan to a 2025 to a 2045 context, and then to leave the zoning code the same would be at a cross purpose. I think you see where that logic wouldn't meet the road. So the ultimate scope of the services is up to your guys' discretion, but I do think it should be of a certain breadth that would call for bold enough action to meet what was a 2-year fight to make the changes to the comprehensive plan. So I look forward to hearing everyone's discussion about what the scope of that services should be, but if city staff has said that they are not capable of rewriting the zoning code in-house, then obviously a consultant has to come in and finish the work that we're now 2 years into. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Paula Twilling, who will be followed by Paula Scholl and then Scott Roberts.
Good evening. I'm speaking tonight about the process that led to the new comprehensive plan. It has been an unusual and substandard process. It was done without a plan commission, and all previous comprehensive plans were guided by our own in-house plan commission. It was done by consultants that we have seen exhibited their own inherent biases. Creating both the plan and the zoning code together was the next strange decision. But we now know that the pursuit of the $7 million pro-housing grant was the reason. I have read both the fiscal year 23 and 24 application materials, and in the fiscal year 24 version is the expectation that both the plan and the code would be approved in 2025. So that explains the speedy timeline and why they were created together and presented together at the Land Use Commission. However, increasing opposition to the contents in each and the process by which they came to be by both residents and LUC members put a stop to that manufactured timeline. Opposition remains with wording in the housing chapter. We are now in the zoning analysis stage, and we are seeing the same situation we had before. The survey results show that the public is interested in a deliberative process and the need for public input at every stage. Yet there seems to be reporting that there is a request for an accelerated process. That is a mischaracterization of the survey results. In addition, the RFP needs to eliminate the implicit necessity to implement direction and change rather than have an open-minded review. There must be broad public participation and opportunities to access the process both before and after the zoning code is drafted. Anything less than that delegitimizes the zoning discussion as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Paula Scholl, who will be followed by Scott Roberts, and then Paul Breslin.
Hello, Paula Scholl, 9th Ward. I'm speaking on behalf of myself tonight and not on behalf of the Environment Board, because the Environment Board doesn't meet until Thursday to authorize me to speak for them. But I do want to express my gratitude to the leadership of the Parks and Rec staff, in particular Audrey Thompson and Matt Poole, as well as the Parks and Rec Board, for being so welcoming to input from the Environment Board and the natural area stewards in the Parks and Green Space Strategic Plan that you'll be seeing tonight for acceptance, and also for placing so much emphasis in the plan on the environmental aspects of parks and green space stewardship. We're at a time now where a number of assessments and plans have been completed or are soon to be completed, and I think we can recognize the intersections of many of these plans, including the Parks and Green Space Strategic Plan, as well as the Environmental Equity Investigation, the Stormwater Master Plan, the E-Plan, which identified health inequities and disparities, of course, CARP, and Envision Evanston. And all of these things, along with ongoing efforts and discussions on how to better protect our lakefront and our natural areas, I hope we can take advantage of all of these intersections and the nexus that we're at to be able to pull what we've learned from all these different intersections and plans and assessments to do some goal setting and do some really impactful things for future Evanston. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Scott Roberts, who will be followed by Paul Breslin, and then David Galloway.
Hello. I want to talk about the issue of neighborhoods controlling their own zoning. Zoning should represent the principles of the overall community, not protect the interests of the privileged. In Evanston, housing was segregated by race, first by racial covenants, later by redlining. If left to the whites-only neighborhoods, would they have eliminated racial covenants? Redlining? How does this relate to our current zoning process? Single-family only zoning segregates by class. It restricts neighborhoods to those who can afford to own an expensive house. What reason could people in these areas have for restricting duplexes, triplexes, and quads? It keeps out renters. It segregates people into a different class, a different group, and allows them to control who their neighbors are. I don't think that this represents the feelings of Evanston in general. Governor Pritzker last week introduced the Build, a group of different proposals, one of which was missing middle, which is meant to eliminate unnecessary barriers and lower costs for housing construction, produce a wider range of family-friendly housing types, and streamline construction processes. The reason why governors like Pritzker and governors in Oregon and California have introduced these statewide is just because of the same situation that's happening in Evanston. If left to communities, we end up having this situation where people fight over their own interests and not in the interests of the community. And SB 4060, legalizing middle housing, will hopefully eliminate that situation and take that controversial point out of our hands. 10 seconds left. I just also want to point out that in the feedback, people referred to that the zoning should, that the feedback should be restricted to, it shouldn't be weighted based on the demographics. The demographics of the people who made that proposal were overwhelmingly white, old, and homeowners.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Paul Breslin, who will be followed by David Galloway, and then Alf McConnell.
Paul Breslin, First Ward. I want to take a step back and talk about the way the comprehensive plan and the zoning reform plan have been presented to the public. And I'll start by spending a minute on the connection between zoning and racism. That is historically incontestable. Yanni Applebaum attributes the origin of zoning to an action in Modesto, California in 1885 that was designed to keep the Chinese on the other side of the tracks from the white people. For many, many years, that was what zoning did. I don't think zoning is the main obstacle to decent housing. It's economic now. It's true that the fossilized remains of racist zoning have some influence, but I've read, for instance, Patrick M. Condon saying that zoning is not the principal problem. Now, to how this has been sold, I think, unfortunately, very early on, a proposition something like this was going on. Premise one, envision Evanston and zoning reform will create affordable housing. Premise two, all decent people support affordable housing. Conclusion, if you don't support Envision Evanston and the zoning reform plan, you're not a decent person. It's become a moral melodrama when the focus should have been on how adequate is this plan? How sure are we, or can we be, that it will achieve what it claims it will achieve? Could it be improved? Are there weak spots in it? Can we discuss as rational people basing our arguments on evidence and Evanston what works and what is problematic? 2 weeks ago, I read to you a report from the Georgetown Poverty and Inequality Center, where they investigated the effects of increased building in 6 major cities and found that prices didn't come down. There is no unanimity about the idea that deregulating land use creates lower prices. There is some contrary evidence. We never had a rational discussion about that, and I regret it.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is David Galloway, who will be followed by Alf McConnell, and then Andrea Liss.
Good evening, council members, mayor, and city manager. I am David Galloway. I live in the First Ward. I've spent a good deal of time reviewing the RFP for the zoning code, and I want to express my sincere gratitude to staff for all of the diligent and creative hard work that they have done to prepare this document. I do have some general comments in regards to that document, which I will convey to you at this time. Zoning is where the rubber meets the road of your comprehensive plan. And as a consequence, it is by far the most critical element in this entire process. And the level of engagement and communication and education and consensus building here is of paramount importance, particularly given some of the tense times that we've all experienced going through the comprehensive plan. So I'm a little concerned that combining the community assessment phase and the drafting phase into one phase, I hope that that does not reflect the importance of both of those in achieving success with the zoning code. One of the most important aspects, I think, of getting the right firm or consultants to provide the service is that these are outside eyes. These are people, hopefully, in a certain sense, are not familiar with our city. And they can come here and go, oh, wow, well, this is what we perceived. These are what we perceive as being your benefits, your attributes, your unique characteristics, your desires, and so forth. And to share that with the residents who have been basically, staring at our own personal navels all the time that we've lived here. So this can be a great opportunity. One aspect of the firm or consultants that isn't particularly mentioned is that of having experience in communicating zoning through form-based examples. Not that every form-based examples need to be utilized in every area of the city, but that they
Thank you very
are
much.
a pertinent element for a successful code. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Alf McConnell, who will be followed by Andrea Liss.
My name is Alf McConnell, longtime Evanston resident. For the City Council to pass upzoning of detached single-family homes will cause modestly priced detached single-family homes to be the first ones demolished. The City Council will be denying middle-class and lower-class residents the opportunity to live in a modestly priced detached single-family home. Evanston will be effectively saying to potential Evanston residents, if you want to live in a detached single-family home, go live someplace else. Please, City Council, don't destroy the charm, the character of Evanston by destroying single-family neighborhoods. Evanston population density is 10,000 people per square mile. Evanston is the 9th most densely populated municipality out of 1,300 municipalities in Illinois. The density of the greatest cities, the largest cities in Minneapolis or in Minnesota, Michigan, Indiana, Ohio, Missouri, and Iowa average less than half the density of Evanston. Evanston is 5 times denser than the overall city or Chicago metropolitan area. Traffic congestion will increase as a result of increased population. Some people have claimed that the increase in population of Evanston will reduce property taxes significantly. Not true. As the population increases, the respective municipality's budget will also increase. Therefore, the real estate taxes per property will not materially be reduced. Being a real estate developer, let me point out the obvious. The benefit of upzoning is to financially benefit my fellow real estate developers at the expense of Evanston residents. Being a developer of affordable housing, I understand that there is a cost to a municipality and its residents of affordable housing, and therefore, only sufficient affordable housing should be constructed in a municipality to support those employees. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Andrea Liss.
Good evening. My name is Andrea Liss. I live in the 3rd Ward and have a business in the 4th Ward. It's really important that we get this next step right. We need a zoning consultant with demonstrated experience working in cities similar to ours, one who brings professionalism, structure, and a genuinely collaborative spirit to the process. The RFP should clearly reflect and reinforce those expectations in its scope of work. I want to emphasize 3 points. First, Evanstonians should have a meaningful opportunity to share what they value before specific zoning maps or proposals are created. Residents should help shape the direction early, not simply respond after proposals are already on paper. Second, council should have the opportunity to weigh in on implementation options before the detailed zoning maps are developed. Clear guidance from you at the outset will help ensure the work reflects your priorities and the community's input. Third, I encourage the city to pursue a zoning code update rather than a full rewrite. I know there's a lot of conversation about this. A full rewrite carries the risk of unintended consequences and unknown impacts. An update allows you to make thoughtful, targeted improvements and move us forward while maintaining stability. Getting the sequence and scope right will help build confidence in the process and lead to better outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes the list of those who signed up in person to speak in person. We now move to those who signed up online to speak in person, beginning with Bruce Ennenbach, followed by Sue Lolbach, and then Brian Hansen.
Good evening. Bruce Ennenbach, First Ward. As we head into the second half of this Envision Evanston endeavor, please, 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 I implore you, let's not have the shenanigans out of public eye, backroom deals going on like during the comprehensive half of this endeavor. I hate to think that our own city government continue to act like the current administration in Washington, D.C. It disturbs me. Please keep it above board and transparent. The people of Evanston deserve nothing less. In concert with this plea, let this discussion and engagement going forward be limited to Evanston residents, business, lobbying groups, entities, and the like only. Outside Evanston individuals, groups, and entities should be absolutely prohibited from participating and engagement in any form. This is our city, not theirs. They should have no impact on the deliberations here. They have no skin in the game. Evanstons and Evanstonians alone do. Please, please, the zoning rewrite belongs to the people of Evanston. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sue Lolbach, who will be followed by Brian Hansen.
Good evening. I'm Sue Lolbach. I work at Connections for the Homeless. I want to say regarding the scope of services document, any good consultant is going to be well-versed in evolving best practices around equitable zoning reform, as well as in the types of objections to reform that should be expected. And Evanston is not unique in the types of reform needed or in the objections it's receiving to ideas of reform. Therefore, we would like to see the city engage a consultant who can do the following based on the work the city has done already and the consultant's own expertise. First, the consultant should review the city's current zoning code and recommend whether to rewrite it completely or to keep some of what's there. Evanston's current zoning code is the model of a code that was originally designed to separate different groups of people, and it's been twisted and modified and adapted into something that's become unworkable and out of date over time. If the consultant thinks that's a good starting point, so be it, but they would need to show that equitable reform could be the end result. Second, the consultant should consider the opinions of current residents, both for and against reform. They should also bring their own knowledge and best practices, which should be gleaned from research and evidence provided by regional, state, and national experts and advocates. Evanston is not an island. It does not exist in a vacuum, and it shares the same problems that exist throughout the country. Best practices that have been proven in other places should apply here. And last, the consultant should evaluate and understand the feedback already received from the city and determine where more feedback is needed. It appears that the majority of feedback has been from older, white homeowners with relatively high incomes, hence the need for weighting of the results. We would like to see the consultant actively seek more input from those who are impacted most negatively by the lack of affordable housing, those who make up close to half of Evanston's population, but are not yet adequately represented in the process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Brian Hansen. Hold on. I'd just like to ask, first of all, I'd like to have order in the chamber. And second of all, as I've said before, all of us, we ran for office, we signed up for criticism. Y'all say what you want to say about us. That's why we're here. Please treat each other with respect and treat each other with appreciation for the benefit that we all as a community achieve by everyone showing up and speaking their mind and sharing their insight. I think it would be a tremendous, tremendous detriment to Evanston if anyone felt intimidated, or bullied out of coming to City Hall and sharing their opinions. The next speaker is Brian Hansen.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members and staff. I'm Brian Hansen, and I live in the 6th Ward. And I'm here to ask you to approve a broad zoning scope of services so that Evanston can continue to move forward to a modern zoning code that reflects the comprehensive plan and the Housing for All strategic housing plan. Revising our zoning code is essential if we want to create homes that our community needs, support economic vitality, and ensure that Evanston remains a welcoming place for people of all ages, incomes, and backgrounds. I also want to speak to two issues I found disturbing in the comments about this proposal. One was some proposed that all public input should be weighted equally regardless of who participates. On its face, this sounds fair, but let's look at the responses to the survey we just conducted. Evanston is 18% Black, but only 7.6% of the survey respondents were Black. Evanston is 12% Hispanic, but only 5% of the survey respondents were Hispanic. Evanston is 12% Asian. Only 1.2% of the survey respondents were Asian. Evanston is 58% white. 70% of the survey respondents were white. So when people call for not waiting, it skews representation. And if you look at who made this call, who was opposed to waiting, 92% identified as homeowners. 82% said they were 45 or older. 83% were white, and 0 were Black, 0 were Latino, 0 were Asian. Anytime a group of wealthy, white, older residents tries to suppress the views of others, Blacks, Latinos, poorer people in this community, Asians, I think that's reason for concern. And I don't think that's the kind of representation we want in a document like this. So I hope we can do that. One other data, renters make up 44% of households. Only 10.7% were represented in this survey, all right? Please take that as we go forward. Secondly, we shouldn't limit input only to Evanston residents and business owners, local advocacy groups, service providers, experts on zoning, transportation, all have critical input to put into this plan. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. That ends the in-person portion of public comment. We now move to the online portion, beginning with Mike Semko, who will be followed by Mary Rosinski, and then Michael Lohr. And Mike Semko was signed up to speak on an item not on the agenda, so wouldn't be, it's possible that that individual is seeking to speak at a different meeting. So we'll move ahead then with Mary Rosinski, who will be followed by Michael Lohr, and then John Story Williamson.
Hi, thank you very much. This is Mary Rosinski. And I have to say the last couple of comments, I agree with you, Mayor Biss, we should be respecting each other. But the last couple of comments have all said old white people, as if that is a derogatory statement. And I don't think that's what people meant, but it is intended to discredit comments that are coming from people who are here. I hold it up to the older people to reach their wards and have meetings about these and send out surveys and stuff so that everyone is represented. I don't think we should be waiting different responses. I want my vote to be the same, in my opinion, the same vote as anyone anywhere in this town. And I think it's up to us as a community to figure out how that happens. I personally, I guess some of you people are going to say I'm an old white woman. I'm 70 years old. I've been here 35 years, and I think that I have an understanding of the community the same as you do. Your idea is no better than mine necessarily. We bring to the table different experiences. And I've been in real estate for 50 years now, and I service from Evanston and all the other North Shore communities, both sides of the expressway. And I can tell you, I don't think you want to do a complete rewrite, because one of the greatest things about that has happened on the whole North Shore area is that our towns were fashioned with the new urbanist idea that is out there now and is it's the right idea. Do it pedestrian friendly. Our towns were designed around the train stations. They were walkable. We have narrow streets. The town, what they're trying to correct in a lot of the other communities with the post-urban, post-1950s urban sprawl, where everything was subdivision. Streets were 30 and 40 feet wide. Everyone had two cars. Everyone drove places, and they had strip malls. They didn't have the downtowns. I will say from my experience, because I was a relocation director for Century 21 when that was in existence, and in the entire country, there is this rare thing of sequential communities that all join together. It's a pocket of wonderful experience. And I think you look around and go, there was something great there. It's not, there was racism, was zoning used as a tool? Yes, but that doesn't mean zoning in and of itself is bad. Zoning kept strip malls from being next to school. They kept fire stations. Okay, but I just think do a rewrite. I mean, don't do a rewrite, do an update and tweak it. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Michael Lohr, who will be followed by John Story Williamson, and then Linda Damashek.
Good evening. I'm Michael Lohr. I live in Ward 7. I dialed in to comment on the zoning scope of work, but I just have to make a couple of preliminary comments. I never realized how evil aspiring to home ownership was. My first 8 years of married life, I lived in apartments and government housing. And at some point, I got myself into college through the GI Bill and a work-study program. Maybe what we really need to focus on is the cost of higher education and job training, as opposed to this sort of phantom horse of affordability. And the other comment, too, about the what I call the granny state. I mean, this thing about people participating in the survey, why do we read into it we have to tell them what's right for them as opposed to they decided not to participate in the survey? It's just bizarre to me the way we interpret things, but I think that's the place we are right now. But back to my initial comments. In my experience, successful zoning reviews and updates in historic built-out communities like Evanston share several characteristics. Clear early engagement focused on neighborhood values and public participation, strong analysis of what should be preserved, as well as opportunities for growth and where such growth might be appropriate, transparent, iterative draft documents, particularly where so many thousands of residents are involved and impacted, and opportunities for residents to influence the concepts before they are finalized. The draft scope that went around here recently is an improvement. However, there are areas where it could be improved. Restoring a clearly defined standalone assessment process. Most importantly, preserving an important role for the public to share on an ongoing basis their views as to what they like and want to preserve. Explicitly requiring citizen engagement to begin before zoning concepts are developed, much less finalized. Retaining the iterative drafting and phased advancement process as feedback is received, and clearly documenting how community input has shaped each iteration of the zoning code and mapped updates. In sum, to me, there are two keys: transparency in the process, public participation throughout. And one reminder to the entire council: one size does not fit all.
Thank you very much.
Every neighborhood, every street in Evanston is different.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is John Story Williamson, who will be followed by Linda Damashek, and then Jeff Smith.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. John Story Williamson, 3rd Ward. Celebrate Black History in Evanston. Please stop using race as a dividing line. I'm speaking this evening regarding the February 23rd scope of services for the proposed zoning update. Based on the raw public feedback released on the February 6th draft scope, approximately 63 to 65% of respondents expressed support for a more limited update to the zoning code rather than a comprehensive overhaul. As currently structured, however, the scope directs the consultant to begin developing initial zoning concepts derived from comprehensive plan policies before council has established specific policy parameters for implementation. In addition, the revised phasing appears to position public engagement after the development of consultant-led zoning concepts rather than informing direction before those concepts are drafted. That sequencing creates a risk that both the public and council may end up reacting to implementation-ready zoning concepts after they've already been developed, rather than helping shape policy direction upstream. Council should have the opportunity to establish policy direction prior to the development of parcel-level zoning concepts or maps. A clarification to the scope could ensure that proposed revisions first evaluate alignment with the comprehensive plan and present implementation options for council consideration prior to moving toward drafting or mapping. That would allow the consultant to analyze alignment and bring forward alternatives for council review before advancing implementation-ready regulatory changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Linda Damashek, who will be followed by Jeff Smith, and then Kira Kelly.
Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Okay, all right. Okay, Linda Damashek, speaking on the zoning. First of all, City Council should vote prior to issuing a zoning RFP on whether the zoning code would be an update only or a total rewrite. This is a political decision. It's not a technical decision, and certainly not one to be made by a consultant. This is a decision that elected officials should take a stand on and be held accountable for. The RFP proposal, as it's currently drafted, proposes inappropriate sequencing. Best practices in planning design intentionally separate community assessment of current conditions and drafting revised zoning code to potentially change some aspects of the code. These should not be done simultaneously by a consultant. It's unprofessional to rush this assessment process without adequate community input to establish accurate baseline information, as well as establish what the community wants to see in the zoning code. This RFP proposal instructs the consultant to immediately prepare implementation-ready regulatory changes before the City Council even gives authorization to do so. City Council must debate the policy decisions of building scale and parameters and vote prior to implementing this proposal. Most importantly, based on Alderman Burns' suggestion, there must be an independent third-party impact analysis on how proposed changes will impact the Evanston community regarding resident displacement and actual affordability impacts before making any decisions on zoning changes. Only after that third-party impact analysis has been completed can City Council make the political decisions about allowable building types and locations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jeff Smith, who'll be followed by Kira Kelly, and then Carlos Sutton.
Good evening. The language, the tone, and the content of the scope of services document are a laudable improvement on the comprehensive plan documents, especially the references to building trust. But two fundamental related problems remain unaddressed. One is that during the planning, one group was at the table and another was on the menu, as some of the divisive and unfair comments tonight continue to reflect. Second, the product doesn't reflect a shared vision or community consensus. Instead, it represents the agenda of the group that was privileged with disproportionately greater input and access, namely the flawed thesis that making Evanston more crowded and its land more expensive will somehow make housing more affordable. This thesis tries to distract from its flaws through the endless repetition of a false and offensive history of zoning and home ownership, both nationwide and in Evanston. Zoning arose from the first progressive era, an idealistic approach to put controls on unbridled capitalism in land use. And it came from the urban planning movement's attempts to eliminate tenements and increase decent living conditions and agency for average folks. I've gone door to door in Evanston every decade since the 1970s. Never did I ever hear at a door from a resident that zoning was a significant problem in Evanston. That's a recent invention. Many of the comments in the scope of services before you tonight touch on the procedural problems with the planning. And after reading all 250 comments, I again commend staff on a fair summary of the commentary. But the decision to combine community assessment with zoning drafting phase not only fails to address the problems and the public commentary, but makes them worse. The RFP does seem a little long on the long and heavy side. But if something needs to be cut, I'd recommend cutting the push out, all the slide decks and the videos called for, not the opportunity and the time for community input. The problem of a large group not being at the table isn't solved by spending more on expensive tools for foisting something unwise and unwanted on residents. Zoning in Evanston will succeed by bringing the well-chosen ideas in the scope document to life, by drawing on the expertise of the community and all our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Kira Kelly, who will be followed by Carla Sutton.
Excuse me, good evening. Many residents appreciated the opportunity to provide input on the February 6th scope of services, and some feedback was incorporated, so thank you. But what has happened to this document? In the final bullet on page 2 of the current RFP, in the memo, staff states that they have refined the phasing. This was not a refinement, however, it was a structural overhaul. The 2 full phases presented to the public on February 6th included the titles People, Places, and Policy Assessment and Drafting of the Code and Map Together. Have merged into a new section titled Community Assessment and Drafting of the Code. These are not cosmetic label changes. The People, Places, and Policy Assessment meant documenting existing conditions and identifying qualities that community members value most. However, that language was removed. And also grounding zoning decisions in a clear diagnostic phase before the regulatory concepts were formed. In general, it was called a community-informed assessment of Evanston's built environment. But for some reason, the words community-informed are now removed. Now it is a consultant-run assessment. Also, public engagement and community outreach was said to be a core component of this phase and would begin early in the process. However, the language has been removed, will begin early in the process. So why was this? Anyway, moving on, the drafting must follow an assessment so community informs findings can also guide the code. Consolidating these 2 sections undermines best practices in planning process design, which intentionally separates community assessment from code drafting. Further, drafting code and map together, which was so nice to hear, meant an iterative, collaborative process, not simply reacting to consultant proposals, but helping to shape them. By collapsing these phases, the document moves from a firewall between assessment and drafting to, which is not best practice. It should instead be assessment, concept development, drafting, and then adoption. You do not draft regulatory law while still assessing conditions.
Thank you very much.
Let's see. Okay. Anyway, I just to conclude, I would ask the council to please restore the 4-phase structure, reinstate the assessment and the drafting as separate phases, reinstate the iterative drafting safeguards, ask that the comprehensive plan is used as a guiding document, and reaffirm a community partner process.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Carla Sutton. It looks like Mr. Sutton may not be in the Zoom at this time, so that concludes public comment for the evening. We now move to the disposition of the items on the consent agenda. We tried this new thing last meeting where the chairs of the relevant committees read through the agendas. Did you all enjoy that? References? All right. The first item on the consent agenda is the minutes of the February 9th meeting. Councilmember Kelly, do you want to read the ANPW items?
Sure. Okay, and we're removing item
A7?
A7 did not make it out, right?
Okay, A7 did not make it out. That will go out to bid.
A2 as well, please.
Okay, so on the APW agenda, and let me know if you would like something removed. First is the approval of the City of Evanston payroll, A1.
Hold on one second. Just the way our new practice is to address the non-pulled items of the consent agenda before special orders so that people who are here for those can go home. So we'll figure out which items are removed from the consent agenda. We'll vote on everything else. Then we'll go to special orders and then back to the items that got pulled off the consent agenda. Sorry, Councilmember Kelly, go ahead. Yep.
So item A1, approval of the City of Evanston payroll. Item A2, approval of BMO Harris Amazon credit.
We'll pull that.
Pull that. Item A3, approval of purchase of 4 pieces of fleet equipment with Sutton Ford and Resso Power. Item A4, approval of final 1-year agreement renewal for janitorial services at various city facilities. I'll pull that.
Say it again. Did you say?
I'd like to pull that one
Okay.
up. Item A5, sole source purchase of a safety and security watercraft vessel for Evanston Fire Department. Item A6, approval of a sole source purchase order for OEM Ford Motor Company parts. A7 did not make it out of APW. A8, Resolution 21R26, authorizing the city manager to execute a memorandum of understanding with School District 65.
I'd like to pull A8. Is this the time to do that? I'm sorry. Okay.
A8?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so the items that were pulled were A2, A4, A7, and A8. Now, Councilmember Burns, do you want to read the P&D agenda?
Of course, I'm next. PD1 Ordinance 18.
And we're going to pull that for intro and action anyhow. So that'll be pulled.
Okay, so that's pulled. PD2 Ordinance 21026, granting a special use for a performance entertainment venue at 1716 Sherman. That's intro and
We're
action.
gonna pull
as well,
that
so that's
also
pulled.
for intro and action.
And the ordinance PD3, Ordinance 140, or PD3 Ordinance 14026, granting a special use for a domestic animal daycare center and kennel at 1710 Maple Avenue.
So items PD1 and PD2 are being pulled for intro and action. Councilmember Hedekaitis, do you want to read the Human Services agenda?
Sure thing. HS1, Ordinance 9026, amending City Code, Title 8, Chapter 18, Section 5, Prohibition of Smoking. HS2, Ordinance 11026, amending Title 9, Chapter 4, Section 7, Restraint of Animals Required to City Code. HS3, Ordinance 12026, amending City Code, Title 7, Chapter 10, Section 13, Regulations of Dog Park. HS4, Ordinance 16026, amending Title 8, Chapter 6, Sections 6 and 7, Terms of Licenses, Renewal, and Licenses of other fees.
Does anybody want to pull any of the Human Services items? Seeing none, Councilmember Burns, would you care to read the HCDC item?
Ordinance 2026 to amend Title 5, Chapter 9 of the City Code, vacation rentals.
I'd ask that be pulled, please.
And then the last two items are SSC1, the FY 2026 allocation recommendations for case management and safety net services.
I need you to pull that.
And AP1, approval of appointments to boards, commissions, and committees. So the items that I have heard pulled so far are the following: A2, A4, A7, and A8, PD1, PD2, HCDC1, SSC1. Is there any additional removals that folks would like to effectuate from the consent agenda? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move approval of the consent agenda, which does not include items A2, A4, A7, A8, PD1, PD2, HCDC1, or SSC1.
Second.
Councilmember Newsom moves approval of the consent agenda with the following 8 exceptions: A2, A4, A7, A8, PD1, PD2, HCDC1, and SSC1. Councilmember Harris seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and the consent agenda with the 8 exceptions previously enumerated is adopted. I have one more change of order just for kind of staff availability reason. I'd like to do item A8 next and then follow the ordinarily sequencing of events. Councilmember Kelly, would you care to make a motion relative to item A8?
I'd like to move item A8, resolution authorizing the city manager to execute an MOU with School District 65.
Second.
Councilmember Kelly moves approval of resolution 21-R-26. Councilmember Nusma seconds. Councilmember Burns.
Chris or Laura or both. I'll let y'all decide. So Chris, I talked to Laura about this briefly. So there's another site in the area that I believe I've heard quite a bit of feedback from neighbors, community members who live in that area about a concern about Emerson as a place for young people to cross to go to the new school, and it's a area that's not currently considered in what we will vote on tonight. And so I would like to hold this to allow for an opportunity for city staff and myself to meet with District 65. I've already reached out to them. They would like to meet with us to discuss this particular site. I have potential dates in my email right now that I was going to share with you and Laura this evening. And so I'd like to have that discussion first to see if there's a way where we can incorporate that intersection into this work. And if not, I would be comfortable moving this or approving this during our next meeting. But I want to hold this to allow an opportunity for that meeting to take place. I think the only question I had is that if we just hold it one meeting, that wouldn't make it so the work wouldn't be completed before the new school construction is completed.
Sure. Good evening, members of the City Council, Mayor Biss, City Manager Still, Clerk Mendoza. No, as of right now, we already did the survey for the pedestrian crossings, and we're working into the design. So whether or not it gets passed at this meeting specifically will not postpone it in any way.
Thank you. And so, yes, I would like to hold this then.
Second.
Councilmember Burns moves to hold this item. Councilmember Harris seconds. Seeing no motion to overturn the hold is successful, and Resolution 21-R-26 will appear on the March 9th City Council agenda. With appreciation for that indulgence of sequencing change, we now return to special orders of business. Is there a motion relative to item SP1?
Mr. Mayor, I will move item SP1 that we accept and place on file the Parks and Green Space Strategic Plan.
Second.
Councilmember Newsom moves to accept and place on file the Park and Green Space Strategic Plan. Councilmember Harris seconds. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you. I guess it would come up maybe after Director Thompson's presentation, but I did want to comment on the recommendation from the board about consolidating all park-related entities under Parks and Rec. I do support that, but I guess there'll be more discussion.
Yeah, so I'll just pretend that didn't happen. You'll be first in line for after Director Thompson's presentation, and that was my fault for calling on you out of order. Go ahead, Director Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Biss, City Manager Stowe, Clerk Mendoza, City Manager, Council members. I'm Audrey Thompson, Director for Parks and Recreation, and I am not your presenter for this evening. Your presenter is actually online. She had planned to be here, but her flight was canceled due to the really, really terrible weather on yesterday. So she is going to present by Zoom, and then I'll be here as well as our presenter. And our presenter tonight is Rhiannon Sinclair, who is the urban planner and principal for Agency Landscape and Planning. And I will say that she has been with us through this process for the entire 3+ years. And as our reporters have stated, we are finally here. So I am really excited to be here and to have her present. But I'd like to just call out our staff, our Parks and Recreation staff, who have worked really hard over 3 years, as well as our Parks and Recreation Board. I'd also like to give a shout out to Evanston, our Environment Board. Paula Scholl is here tonight and provided comments, so really, really appreciate the Environment Board, as well as the Natural Area Stewards, who have provided some extensive comment, and they have really led to the edits, the additions, the corrections, and all of that to what you see here tonight. So if we can start with Rhiannon, are you here?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Great. Wonderful. I am very, very sorry to be joining you all remotely. I had hoped deeply to be with you all in person, but here we are. So it looks like the slide deck is up and ready to go, and so we can just go ahead and dig in. I'm going to start just by sharing a little bit more about the process and the project itself. So before I go through this timeline, I want to just start with why are we doing this plan? The purpose of this plan is to guide long-term decisions for the Parks and Recreation system, guided by data analysis and community input. The plan evaluates existing assets, it identifies future program opportunities and infrastructure needs, and then also sets investment priorities. And that includes integration of green infrastructure opportunities, as well as a lot of your naturalized open spaces. And so with that, I'm going to share a little bit more about the process, which began in 2022 and was an initial getting to know Evanston, getting to know the system together with a robust consultant team that included ecologists and landscape architects and planners, as well as recreation leaders and experts, to really get to know the system, to understand what makes Evanston tick and where what are the opportunities for reinvestment in the future. And so over that, from 2022 until 2024, we spent a lot of time both getting to know you, getting to know the community, having conversations together with the community in community surveys and public workshops and pop-up engagement, as well as surveys online, to both understand the system and make some of those initial strategies and recommendations that you'll see in the plan. So we spent quite a bit of time drafting and crafting the strategic plan together with community, and creating natural area management briefs together with various contributors like those that have come out in support of this plan. And then at the end of 2024, we went on a pause. And that pause was a chance for the city to get to know the plan a little bit better, to make comments and ask questions about how we can best refine this plan and make sure that it meets our needs. And so at the tail end of 2025, we met again with the City of Evanston, with the various groups that engage with this plan, to review the plan together, to make adjustments, and then to go through conversations just like this one, approvals. And I want to talk a little bit more about engagement. And so as part of engagement, we really focused on meeting people where they were and trying to access folks in all of the different ways that Evanstonians engage with their city and with their parks. So we met with over 700 folks in focus groups, in public workshops throughout the city. We shared, with the help of the public works folks, as well as Parks and Recreation, went out in emails and listservs and newsletters to make sure that folks were aware of the project, aware of the plan, and so that they could take surveys and engage in those workshops and conversations. We also did what's called a community needs survey, which I'll talk about a little bit in a moment. But that is what is called a statistically valid survey. And that survey, the purpose of that survey was to get feedback from a demographic cross-section of the community. And I'll show you a little bit more about what that looks like in just one second. But we also got a lot of draft plan comments. So 70 people contributed to sharing thoughts on the draft plan. And here are just a couple of images of some of those conversations. We also had a lot of really great contributors to this project, like the Parks and Recreation Board, the Environment Board, natural area stewards, residents, business owners, visitors, folks, really important staff members from Public Works and Parks and Recreation, and then also excited to get more thoughts and insights from you all on City Council. Circling back to that community survey, it's really important to reinforce how critical it is to have multiple different forms of community engagement. So public workshops only get you to a certain number of folks who know how to engage with the city and understand how their voice can be heard. Same with pop-ups and same with focus group conversations. The community survey, what was wonderful about this survey was that, as I said earlier, it is a demographic cross-section of your city. And so we worked with a firm called ETC Institute to share a very long, if you received it, you know how long it took you to take the survey, a 5-page survey asking questions about your current patterns of use of your parks and open spaces, and and where your needs were met versus not met. So if you have a need for a playground and you go to the playground every day, you would say your needs are met. If you don't have access to that playground, or it's just not high quality or what you're looking for, then maybe your needs aren't met. And then we evaluated that alongside aspirations of the community as part of that survey to get a better sense for what this plan should be recommending from a community perspective. And so we took the data and our own research and evaluated the system from the lens of what the city knows and city data, and then pulled in the ideas and knowledge of the community, looking to households that match generally the age groups of Evanston, that match the incomes of Evanston, as well as race and ethnicity of Evanston, to ensure that we are responding to what community members across your city's wonderful environment really want. And so here's just a brief example. I'm doing this deep dive into community surveys, but here's just a brief example from your community of what they wanted to see in the future. And so we looked at top priorities for investment for programs or activities. And I know earlier on in conversations with Audrey, there was reinforcement of just how important things like the 4th of July events are to Evanstonians. It was also identified as something that your community members said they really love and they can't get enough of. And so concerts in the park are a high priority. Farmers markets, high priority. Outdoor adventure opportunities, high priority. Aquatics, fitness and wellness, those were all identified by your community across the spectrum of income and race as a high priority. And so we took all of that data from all of those conversations, as well as from our own research and observations, and assembled a vision for the future of Evanston's parks and green spaces, as well as a series of goals and recommendations. And so the vision for Evanston was really about what does it mean to make a thriving system? What does it mean to create high quality spaces that are accessible to people and really are shaped by the ideals or the values that you all have instilled here. And so the first goal of that vision was to create equitable access by closing gaps and encouraging all to participate. The second natural experiences was to steward an ecologically resilient system and give residents more places to experience naturalized landscapes. So all those places where you can get out in nature. The third, sustainable operations. This is critical because without this, you do not have a great park system. Operate, maintain, and renew a sustainable system. The fourth goal is to provide welcoming water access. So increasing safe access to water and waterfront experiences for all. As I noted earlier, it was one of those high priority items that residents want to see. And then fifth, adaptability, thinking to the future. How do we readily respond to changing community or changing climate change trends and recreation trends? So how do we respond to climate needs? How do we make sure that we are meeting the needs of people as they go through their life stages are all really important for that last goal. And so I'm going to just briefly walk through a few key strategies that came out of each of those goals. So for equitable access, there on the map to the right, all of those little yellow dots are every one of Evanston owned park spaces or Evanston managed park spaces. Anything in the green are Ridgeville, any place that is that Evanston has a relationship to. It sits within Evanston, but has a different management structure. And then the maroon are other outside entities like the Lighthouse District and the canal. So there, you can see that Evanston is really well served by parks. You have so many parks. You have, I've worked in cities across the country on their parks and recreation systems, and I believe Evanston has likely the most park spaces per capita of any park system that I've worked in. So here, it was really, really critical that we make recommendations to recalibrate the system. So prioritize access and reduce barriers for residents that have the highest unserved needs. So thinking about vulnerable populations from your equity plan and what those identified, and ensuring that we're making the right investments in the right places. We also, as part of this goal, identified the need to develop criteria to ensure programming meets your equity, inclusion, and accessibility goals. And then also made recommendations about how you can invest in strategic marketing of programs to better reach people where they are and broaden public awareness. So 3 really great ways for you to expand equitable access. Goal number 2, all about natural experiences. So here, enhancing naturalized landscapes in a coordinated way that improve connectivity, quality, and resilience of the network. Second, effectively managing public volunteerism. Your volunteers are wonderful. They're a really important part of the lifeblood of the system. And so ensuring that there are formal relationships and ways to support those groups and partnerships to support those groups that restore, manage, and monitor those landscapes in alignment with the city's goals. And then third, on this same goal is to build the capacity of staff to implement effective natural resource management practices. Our third goal was all about sustainable operations. As you can see on the right-hand side, we did a thorough inventory and assessment of all of the different amenities and assets in your parks, and we learned that on average, so there are best practices that playgrounds should be replaced every 15 to 20 years. So in order, just based on the age of all of your playgrounds within the system and the current state of those playgrounds, the conditions, like the images you see on this page, it would take about 29 to 57 years for you to replace all of your playgrounds at your current replacement rate, which is about 1 to 2 playgrounds per year. So you need to increase the rate that you are investing in or replacing your playgrounds in order to be responsive to the needs that are set by best practices and by national standards. We also learned as part of that work that Evanston's playgrounds that 80% of your playgrounds are in poor or very poor condition, which is really, really important because we want to make sure kids have a good, safe place to play, high quality play spaces, and then also we're adhering to standards. And so many of the actions here were all about ensuring that you have the resources to make those investments happen, both funding and staffing. Also refining processes that help you to manage parklands, and then creating standards related to park maintenance and investments so that you have clarity for the future. For goal number 4, water access. Evanston's both a place that has water everywhere, but also not many places to really get down and experience it or have those wonderful vistas. So here, it was, really thinking critically about how partnerships can help to expand offerings and meet community desires for swimming opportunities, for aquatics, for splash pads, for views. It was also a moment to make recommendations to provide a bigger mix of programs and amenities on the waterfront and on the lakefront, to invest in the North Shore Channel as a critical resource and habitat space, as well as a recreation corridor, and then also broaden access to swimming programs, especially learn to swim programs, to ensure that everyone can get out there safely. And then our last and final goal, adaptability. So again, thinking of the future, and tying a lot of investments back to that first goal of equity. It means creating cooler parks that provide relief from heat and mitigate the urban heat island effect. So you can see that on the map to the right, which happens to align pretty well with also where your residents of color live. So making sure we start with those spaces first in our investments. Protect park users and staff health, especially on those days where you have dangerously high or low temperatures or poor air quality. We made a series of recommendations also about how to increase the capacity of parks to retain stormwater and to help prevent flooding, especially inland, and then also support the expansion of recreation programs that take place outdoors. So, a plan is great unless you have a roadmap or way to accomplish it. And so I'm going to share just a brief inkling of what implementation looked like. So there were over 85 actions. And with those 85 actions, we identified 19 priorities together with our steering committee, which included folks from DPW, as well as from the Parks and Recreation group. So those 85 actions were included in a series of tables at the end of the document. And those tables essentially highlight, which actions are priorities and how they can be accomplished. And so, just giving the city some of the tools that it needs to help it reach its high priority actions and also look to the future. So I've gone through this pretty quickly, maybe not fast enough. I know I was trying to get through it in about 10 minutes, but wondered if, I think I'll open it up to City Council in case you all have any questions or comments or discussion.
Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I guess I was just wanted to ask about, I just wanted to sort of second Parks and Rec desire to have all the bodies that work with Parks and Rec consolidated. I think that I just wanted to second that. I think that's a good idea. So I think that's all for now.
Councilmember Newsome, followed by Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Audrey, to you and your team, and to the consultants, the Parks and Rec Board, Environment Board, the members of the public. This plan has been a long time coming, long overdue. I'm happy that we're going to be able to vote to approve this tonight. One statistic really sticks out to me, and that's that 80% of our parks are in poor to very poor condition. Like, that's acceptable to nobody up here. And let this be a challenge to us, over the next few years to kind of flip that around and make 80% of our parks good or very good condition. Mm-hmm. That's going to take some work, and it's going to take some rethinking about how we do things. I think very specifically in the area that's captured in goal number 3, which is the sustainability goal, which is framed more as economic sustainability, more so than environmental sustainability. So, I hope that moving forward, we are going to be thinking creatively about how we can best invest Evanston resources to give us the parks that our community really needs and deserves. I know that work is happening. More to come on this over the next few months, I'm sure. So thank you.
Thanks.
Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you. And I just want to reiterate again, thank you to everybody who's been involved in this. This is obviously not a small task, as evidenced by the amount of time and care that was put into it. And I just want to say, I hope that we actually are going to look at what's in here and address some of these issues. It's quite common that plans are accepted and placed on file and then we never see them again, or we forget about them. But I think one of the key things, I actually just read an article recently in The Hill, I think it was, that talked about how people love to come forward with great plans. They like to be very aggressive in what they're doing, and then nobody ever looks back at those ever again. And so you don't know if you're accomplishing the things you set out to accomplish. I know there's a number of things in here that kind of go outside of the scope of what a recommending body can sort of do. And so that's what we're going to be looking at, is what of those things can we enact on our end. So I'll be wanting to have conversations with you about sort of where your priorities are, where you think we can get the biggest bang for our buck, because that's one of the great problems with having 80% of our parks in a failing condition or a poor condition, is it's impossible to say, hey, we're going to fix all of this in the next 3 years. So where can we, I know we've had discussions about, are there projects that can be brought in-house as opposed to being consultant-driven? So I'm very interested in talking with staff and fellow members at the dais here about where can we find those easy, quick, early wins to begin to make that progress, so that, hopefully we may not get everything taken care of right away, but we can begin to break this into digestible chunks so that we can start making that progress.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Councilmember Harris.
Thank you so much for this report. It piqued my interest, two things. The Learn to Swim that came out. So we have programs in Evanston, ETHS, where students are required to swim. Just wondering where that data came from, or what? We have the
Absolutely.
YW, ETHS. So we have programs that do that.
Absolutely. And I think some of it too has to do with part of the reason why we made recommendations about growing public awareness of all the programs that you provide, is that it was identified as a program that people felt were missing, that people maybe don't know about a lot of programs that exist, or maybe feel as though those programs are not set up for them. I think that there are great examples of programs for youth especially, but then also to be able to provide those to a lot of adults who maybe are afraid to swim or never had a chance to learn. Those were identified as in the community survey, and then also in focus groups, as something that Evanstonians thought would be beneficial to them and to their families.
Okay, so it was more of an adult swim, because I know the YW has taken on with Sigma Gamma Rho sorority to teach children of color to swim, because there is this concept or this belief Black children don't swim. So it was more adult swim.
It was a little bit of both. I think it was a desire by adults with children in their households to ensure that their children knew how to swim, but then also a desire by people who maybe didn't feel safe on the lake. It's a big space but want to feel safer, to have that opportunity to be able to get down to the lake shore.
Okay.
And Councilmember Harris, I will say that there's also a feeling that the city needs to have, and I have to say this, its own pool, as if there aren't a lot of pools that exist in Evanston already. Yeah. And so again, getting the word out and being able to work with all of those entities. So, there was a program years ago called Evanston Swims, and they even took part, they even used some of the pools that were in some of our long-term communities in order to teach young people how to swim. So it's incorporating those programs all over again, instead of just having the program at the Y or at the school, but how are we teaching across all of those curriculums so that everyone feels that they're able to swim, or that they can learn how to swim.
Yeah, most definitely. I think that's one of the biggest problems, and I don't know if it's a problem or people just aren't paying attention. We have services. We have an abundance of services, and people say, oh, I didn't know.
Right. And sometimes it's just our call as a city and as, good stewards for us from the city to educate on all of those opportunities.
Yeah, I think that's
And to
important that
partner
we
with those.
cross, exactly like you said, cross-pollinate and make sure that people know there are resources. I know for a fact I used to be on the YW board. We offered free and reduced swimming. Again, if you go to ETHS, you have to swim unless you have a doctor's note, then you're not interested in swimming if you got a doctor's note. So my next question was, before my time, Penny Park was established by the community. They raised that money to make that happen, right? So I think that we need to look at opportunities much like that in communities to, while we know tax dollars do it, it takes more. And if our parks, when I first began, I was like, our facilities are failing, and that while we have to deal with it here, if you tell me the park is 20 years past its expectancy, no one here did that. No one here is responsible for that being taken care of. So just trying to figure out other funding sources to help make sure that if we, not just the council, but the community is dedicated to these parks and want to see these parks, that we all pitch in the pennies to make a penny park happen in different communities. Thank you.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
I think I'll just second what everyone said about all the hard work that went into this report. I just want to point out one of the things I really appreciated and liked is in the appendices. When we talk about our parks, and we're really lucky in Evanston to have like such beautiful nature and natural resources, and the plans to further naturalize and do our part in stewardship of each park and how it's, laid out by, tasks and years. I think that's really great, and I'm really looking forward to see how we progress through that plan, because that's really exciting for me.
Thank you.
At this point, no one is asking to speak for a first time, so we go back for second opportunities to Councilmember Kelly with 440 left.
Thank you. So how does this work just policy-wise, this document? I mean, I think it's great. A lot of great work went into it. I mean, how does this interface going forward? I'm sure we also invested money in this. I don't know if somebody can answer that. Like, do we just pull it up now and then when we're assessing whether we want to invest in some park? Or, how is this incorporated into our legislative?
So this won't be a document that sits on the shelf. Mine already looks like a used Bible that's been everywhere. And so I will tell you that we are currently working with other departments to figure out not only how we execute the plans that we have now, but how we're monitoring them. Because it has taken us over 3 years to get here, our staff did not sit on this plan. So there are items in the plan that we've already completed. And so we have a head start. And so because we have worked so hard on this plan, everything in this plan is something that we feel is doable. And so many times when you create plans, you're like, yeah, that's really far-fetched. We'll never be able to do that. And so that's why it's taken us some time, because we've been very intentional about this plan, and we can ensure that this won't be a plan that sits. There's so many red marks and yellow marks in this already that we want you all to hold us accountable, meaning for us to come back at a regular cadence to let you all know our progress with this document, and that it's just not a document, but it is a living, breathing instrument that we are going to be using over the next 10 years. And our goal is to finish what's in this plan before 10 years. So we know we have some work to do, but we feel confident that it's something that we could do. It's going to be what I leave the city on, and I am going to make sure that it is buttoned up really, really tight.
Great, thank you so much. I guess with that in mind too, I know that like the Parks and Rec had some recommendation to put currently or as of the date of this document. It does seem like there are some places in there where some aspects might change, that it might not be a bad idea to add that, but I was unclear about, I saw there was some little like debate with you, with the Corporation Counsel Ruggie about Parks and Rec wing, and I wasn't sure, I didn't exactly understand what that was about, But I assume that this was all worked in conjunction. It says, right, with Parks and Rec, with Environmental Board, and many others. So all that input was, that was all input, I assume. So
Correct.
Okay.
And I think that I haven't stated enough that while there have been many entities that are outside, our Public Works Agency has been very, very instrumental. As you all know, this plan, they actually started with another full council and brought the plan to that council to ask if the Parks and Green Space consultants could be hired. So I was just starting as the Parks and Rec Department Director, and so I would be remiss if I did not say how much they have helped with this plan, and we know that they will continue to help us in the execution of the plan. So it's just not been our Parks and Rec Department, but it's also been many of the divisions and bureaus that rest with the Public Works Agency as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Still no one is asking to speak for a first time, so we'll move ahead with Councilmember Harris with 240 left.
Yep, real brief. Do we still do the adopted park program, and are all of our parks adopted?
They are not.
Okay.
So we still do that program, and that is definitely something that we plan to work with Greenways. As you all know, our community maintenance team works side by side with our Public Works Agency during the summer, and you can tell because we have more, power in our parks to do some things that you don't even think about, like getting the leaves off, of the playground or off of our tennis courts. Those are extra things. And so we do plan to have more help and feedback from our community to get them involved so that we can all take care of our parks.
Thank you.
Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Burns. Aye. Councilmember Sufferton. Aye. Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly. Aye. Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries. The plan is accepted and placed on file. And thank you so much to Director Thompson and the whole team for the extraordinary amount of work that went into this and that will surely go into fully implementing this. Thank you. Is there a motion, Councilmember Kelly?
For those of us who start at 5, could we have a 5-minute break before we continue?
Hold on. Yeah, the City Council will stand at ease and return at 7:43 on the dot. The City Council will come back to order. Does someone have a motion relative to item SP2?
Mr. Mayor, I would move item SP2, a zoning update scope of services for action.
Second.
Councilmember Rogers moves approval of the zoning update scope of services. Councilmember Newsma seconds. Ms. Williams.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Biss, City Manager Stowe, members of the City Council, Liz Williams with the Community Development Department. Here tonight to get your feedback on the draft scope of services that was requested upon your approval of the comprehensive plan in late January. I want to thank the community who took the time to provide feedback on the first draft. I think it is moving in the right direction and look forward to your feedback this evening on what is still unclear based on public feedback. Just really quickly want to highlight what has changed between the first draft that was released on February 9th to what is before you this evening. As you heard, there's been much debate over whether or not this process will take the form of a rewrite versus a strict update. As part of the draft before you this evening, it's been clarified that we're seeking the consultant team to propose their approach to updating the comprehensive plan map, clarified that the provisions in existing code, there will be provisions in the existing code that would carry over regardless of approach. And also that where changes are proposed within our existing code, that it be highlighted so that the community has well understanding of what is changing. Ultimately, the goal here is to update the zoning code to align with the comprehensive plan. We also emphasized the importance of getting broad input as part of this process. So there was a lot of feedback around using weighting of community feedback. We emphasized the need to gather broad impacts so that it does represent the community as a whole, so that weighting may not become necessary. Staff this evening is seeking input from the council. We've received some comments about adding community members to the work group that's been created. So welcome your feedback on that. We also received a lot of feedback on adding additional Evanston-specific conditions related to the proposed impact analysis. So this was one of the policies, I believe, that Councilmember Burns added into the comprehensive plan, seeking a review by an independent party. So we're seeking your feedback this evening as to whether that independent or that assessment be part of this scope of services or be conducted as a completely separate contract. Couple more things. There was a lot of feedback around the legislative decisions or direction and the consultant's role. This version adds emphasis that the assessment of the proposed code and any recommendations should implement the policies in the comprehensive plan. So where possible, we tried to mirror the language that was in the comprehensive plan as much as possible. And then the timeline and process debate, that is still there. There was quite a bit of feedback suggesting that the process proposed in the initial scope was too long. We also received a ton of feedback about the process being not long enough or needs to be longer, more community input. So staff has refined the phasing and incorporated wherever possible, again, the emphasis that this process should seek to implement what is within the comprehensive plan. So with that, I will kick it over to you. Our goal this evening is to get additional direction on any further changes you would like to see in the scope of services, and ultimately whether or not you feel comfortable approving the scope of services so that we can move forward with issuing a request for proposals.
Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your work on this, Liz. And I'm just going to go through the list of bullet points where you're asking for feedback, and I'm going to give you my feedback. So the first request is, the first item is rewrite versus update. I don't think that difference is quite as significant as a lot of people are suggesting it might be, because what's really important is the outcome. And whether we start from the existing document and massively rewrite it to a new document, or we start with a blank piece of paper and come up with a new document, in any case, we're going to be looking at what we have and copying and pasting what we like and what works. So I'm not terribly hung up on on the rewrite versus update. What I'm focused on is outcome, and I want to take whatever we like from our current code and copy that over, but I do expect that the end product is going to be significantly different from where we are now, because there's a lot of change that needs to happen. Second bullet was public engagement and transparency. Public engagement is critical. Transparency is critical to this process. I want to point out that we have spent 2 years deeply involved in public engagement to get to the comprehensive plan being passed, and that counts towards the work that we're going to be doing for zoning. The comprehensive plan, in my opinion, does provide the direction of the city council, to staff, to the consultant, that will be the guiding principles for the zoning process. As far as the weighted public input, I think it is really, really important that we capture the perspectives of all of the community members, different ages, different races, different demographics. And if we can do that through, with statistical weighting, great. If there's another way of accommodating that, great. But I think it's really important that we acknowledge that input from an equitable perspective, and we keep that in mind. Adding community members to the work group is the next point. I am comfortable that we have 4 community members already on that work group, 2 of whom are elected, 2 of whom are appointed. I'm referring to the 2 council members and the chair and co-chair of the Land Use Commission, so I'm comfortable there. Do we need to do a separate contract for impact analysis? I'm leaning no on that, but I don't have a particularly strongly held opinion there. Legislative direction and consultant role. Like I said before, the comprehensive plan is really our guiding principle in our policy setting document. And the consultant should be able to take that and take the next few steps. Do we want them to come up with a draft map first and then share that to get some reaction, or do we want them to do some additional public engagement before they come up with a draft map? I'm willing to have a conversation and go either way. But again, we have done 2.5 years of public engagement, and we have that captured in the form of the comprehensive plan. Timeline and process, let's not drag this out any longer than it needs to take, but let's make sure we're taking enough time to do the job right. I do want to acknowledge again that I think the council, or maybe it was the previous council, mistakenly tried to do too much at once. We tried to do the comprehensive plan and zoning together. We separated that. We're now on the right track. And I'm looking forward to getting through this and diligently in a timely manner. I hope it doesn't take 3.5 years. That's all for now. Thanks.
Councilmember Rogers Kelly Suffredin.
Thank you. I'll follow along kind of the way Councilmember Nusma did it and just walk through these things because that's probably easiest for you guys. In terms of rewrite versus update, I think it's important that whatever process we do acknowledges the built environment. When you're starting from scratch, that's what you do when you have a parcel of land, a subdivision that has nothing in it. But we have to be cognizant of what exists in our current zoning and what currently exists in our built environment. That's why I think going more update, and it's not just tweaks. Some people have presented it as, we're just tweaking around the edges. That's not what we're doing. We're cleaning up that language because our zoning ordinance is not a horrible document. It has been horribly muddled over the years, but we just saw the largest development in the city of Evanston come through under our current zoning at 605 Davis. So development is happening in the city based on this. We're seeing lots of smaller developments, the same thing. But there are some things that need to be cleaned up, and we need to look at what have we changed through the comp plan and how does that get drawn into the new zoning ordinance. So I think that's kind of where I am on that one. Public engagement and transparency is the key here. During the comp plan, in order to try to make timelines, which will kind of get into the timeline and process as well, we cut sections because we gave ourselves an artificial date that we were trying to meet. The way I see this working is we determine this is a 3-month process for this. This is a 1-week process for them to make changes. And then if we fall behind, the process just shifts back. We don't start shorting areas because something took too long at the beginning, and therefore we're going to cut things along the way. And I think that's where we kind of failed the public in the comp plan. Community members on the work group, we've kind of discussed this. The work group was kind of an idea that I had come up with and shopped around with some people. I'm glad to see council supports this idea. This is really a process body. Nobody is weighing in with the content that's coming in. And people have access into that process, either by contacting staff and sharing opinions with staff, or Councilmember Newsom or myself, or their individual council member. I fully anticipate that other council members will come and say, hey, you guys need to consider this, or this might need to be reworked. So I'm fine with it being, again, the 4 people that have been appointed, as well as the 3 staff members, and keeping our focus on that. Separate contract for impact analysis. I think the impact analysis is important. If we have someone who has the ability to do that in-house as someone that we select through the RFP process, great. If not, then if they suggest that they cannot do that work, then I think we need to look at, is that something that we can incorporate in through a third party? Is there a subcontractor that we need to bring in for that? And finally, timeline and process. This is kind of what I mentioned earlier, is that we need to establish how long this takes and follow that, and make sure that each part of the process is included. So we don't cut community engagement because the writing of the initial document took too long. I do think that dividing the community assessment and the drafting into 2 separate areas is important. It's hard to write while you're doing it. We saw some of that in the comp plan as well, where it's like literally the ink was still wet when we were handed a document to look at. A couple other just quick little comments. I think that having the consultant come in with options for us, because it really is, council is the legislative body here, and I think part of the role is with our consultants is to give us options and opinions, and to let us choose from those as to what we think works best for us. And I just want to respond to the weighting issue. I think going out with an RFP that says we're going to weight information at the beginning is a bad idea, because that gives us a pass for not reaching out to certain communities. So I think we need to make every effort possible to reach every community. We saw on the Parks program that when they shared the Evanston numbers versus what they were able to reach, it was pretty close. So it can be done. So I think we need to make that effort, and if we fail, then we look at weighting information, trying to do additional outreach, those sorts of things.
Councilmember Kelly, followed by Suffredin.
Thank you. So I'm just trying to understand how we're doing this evening, rather than going through every single item here. It seems like we should focus on certain items and give some direction. For example, whether it's a rewrite or a modifying our existing code. I'm just a little bit confused about how we're doing all this. I mean, I have comments on everything, but so I'll touch on a few right now. But I feel like we should probably be chunking this so that staff, because then you'll bring it back based on your feedback tonight for us to look at. I'm just trying to understand, because clearly we have some questions and would like to see certain things changed. I also would like to see that decoupled. I don't think we should be doing the zoning while we're collecting community input. Feels like we're sort of a redux of last time. So I just want to say, before we continue on any chunking of, or whatever direction we're going to be giving, that I think we should really strive to make this less divisive at all costs and as cohesive as possible, and move towards consensus. And I think a lot of that is done through public engagement, as Councilmember Rogers said, through transparency and process. I think having this working group will help, but I think we should really be striving for that and really think about what can we do. I don't think it had to have gone the direction it went during the comprehensive plan. I think a lot of that was because of process and some issues around transparency. So I hope as we move forward, we really keep an eye on that, on really not creating situations that could lead to unnecessary divisiveness. So anyway, so I would like to know how staff wants us to proceed. Like, should we discuss right now the options versus updating versus creating a new code? Those are very distinct. I don't think we can put it out to bid to say, give us one or the other, or your approach. I mean, those are very different scopes. And so those aren't apples to apples. So the fee structure would be different for that. The scheduling would be different. So maybe that needs to be discussed first.
So, Councilmember Kelly, a motion was made to approve this draft. And as you know, any motion to amend that would be in order at any time. You're welcome to make one. One has the impression, looking at our inboxes, that at least one other is likely to come as well.
Okay.
And the floor is yours.
So I just say that because we just heard, so for example, Councilmember Rogers just gave a litany of different areas that he'd like to maybe see changed, but those weren't motions per se. So we'll discuss this, then we'll make motions. Is that what the plan is?
It's your show.
Okay. All right. Well, that's why I was asking staff. I thought maybe we could have this discussion, then staff would come back with the document that was maybe closer to the direction after discussion. But okay. So with that in mind, I will say that I also appreciate the 4-member working group. I don't think we need to add more members onto that. I do feel we need to be very clear on whether we're looking for creating a new code or updating the current code. I don't think we can just put it out there in an RFP to tell us what's your approach. I think that's unreasonable. And I also have other things I would like to see in here, but since we aren't making amendments or motions yet, I'm going to stop there for the moment. Thank you.
Councilmember Suffredin, followed by Burns.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I've sent this around, and I sent it, Liz, to you and Sarah. I don't expect that you've seen it yet. But one of the things that I would like to see included is some discussion of anti-displacement safeguards and consultant responsibilities around identifying areas of heightened risk of displacement. I don't know if you've got my email there. That's number 10. Okay. I'm not sure where that would fit in. That may be in a strength and impact analysis discussion.
Yeah, in the impact assessment, it does talk about impacts on displacement of community members. So it is included in the scope, but based on your language, we can further clarify if that's the direction of council.
And I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think one of the lessons from the first round of this is we want to be specific in terms of expectations and expertise required, and have candor from respondents if they don't possess that.
Absolutely.
Okay. I mean, so that
in this RFP only.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, I think like the experience that we've had is instructive for the level of specificity that we should include. And I like I said, I've sent the list of 10 things. They're not amendments. They're jumping off points for discussion, I suppose. The other thing, and I don't know, I mean, would a 3D environment model versus whatever was, or I think we have like a graphic comparison written into this. I don't know, that was another source of friction, was a misunderstanding of what we were talking about. And I think having that in as digestible format as possible, a 3D model may be easier for some, but I don't know what those cost.
Yeah, so there is in the scope an optional deliverable to create a citywide 3D model, which would show the existing built environment, and it would have the ability then to do community conversations where we can look at scenarios of how new regulations may impact the existing built environment. So that is an optional one. We chose to put it forward as optional as part of the scope of services because we suspect that it may be expensive, and we wanted to give the option to council when this comes back to you for your direction on negotiating a scope of services with the consultant firm that you can choose if it has the cost benefit that you're looking for as it moves forward.
Okay. And then, like I said, under kind of a strength and impact analysis would be a market feasibility analysis. That would be a new requirement. Again, I don't know in the universe of potential firms how many that would eliminate from potentially responding. I mean, we want to have as many responses as possible. But I think that that's an important thing. And then I think it's important, and I'm curious to hear what my colleagues say, that we make it clear that the consultant's role is analytical and advisory, and that the legislative policy decisions lie with the council. I know that that's self-evident, but I think having it explicitly stated has value. Also, alternative zone work framing analysis, I think, is something that is worthy of consideration. Again, I don't know how fast that's making the meter run and potential responses, and I don't want to make alterations tonight that make it less likely that we would get a wide variety of responses, but that's also on the email that I sent you. And I think with that, I'll listen to what my colleagues have to say and go from there.
Councilmember Burns.
I sent over amendments, but before I discuss that, I'll go through. I'll go through the bullet points that I see in the packet. So, rewrite versus update. I guess if there's a neutral word we can use, like, I really don't think it matters. I think I'm in the Newsoma camp that if there's something that's good, we should keep it, right? So if a majority of the body up here says, yep, we like this, then it should be kept. And if there's something that we want, a majority of this group feel needs to be changed, we should change it. Now, whatever that's called, update, rewrite, I don't care. It's just make it something neutral, I guess, is my take on that. Public engagement and transparency. I talked a little bit about this with Councilmember Rogers before the meeting. One idea that we've talked about, or I've talked about at least with Councilmember or former Councilmember Devon Reed, about public comment. At one point, we saw that there was some city that responded to every public comment. And I'm not necessarily advocating for that today, but considering the importance of this zoning conversation, maybe that's something that we can do. I think what me and Councilmember Rogers discussed is like maybe figuring out how to combine similar comments. And so we could show the appendix or whatever of all the comments that we've combined, but then try to kind of synthesize that and then respond to that, basically, so that there's at least some document that shows like, yep, we heard you, there's a response, you get to understand what effort was made to incorporate that feedback into this process. And I think that's something I would like to see us figure out how to do. Add community members to work group. I didn't necessarily hear that as much as I also heard somebody say that there should be like separate committees in each ward created to provide feedback. Another one I talked to Councilman Rogers about personally, I'd like to hear from my colleagues about how they want to handle this. I plan to hold ward meetings, small group meetings, one-on-one surveys, all of that, all of the above. But if there's some additional requirement that we want to add, I think we just need to figure out what that is. Separate contract for impact analysis. This goes to my, somewhat goes to my amendment. Legislative direction and consultant role. I think what's important to me is I don't think it's the consultant's job to say you should do this. I think what I want is options, like based on, what we found and what we've heard from the council and community and all of that, like here are some options. And as opposed to take it or leave it, like here's the change you should make, take it or leave it, or we got to start over. But like, all right, here are some different scenarios or different options. So as long as we can achieve that, then I would support that. Okay, and then timeline and process, I'll kind of leave that one alone. So the amendment that I sent over, what it really aims to do is bring kind of the language in the RFP more in line with what we already voted on to include in the comprehensive plan. And then in some ways it also strengthens it. It clarifies I think we need to clarify independence. That was sort of brought up, but the question of should it be, both of the scenarios that I sent over, one is the consultant would hire a third party to handle that analysis, or we could say we just, it could be that team could be on your team, if you already have those individuals employed. So you'll see there's an option A and B, and again, the first one, third party, the second one, they still have to have the expertise, but they could have those individuals within their core team. It also slightly raises the technical standards, which is really important. As I was sitting here kind of finishing this language up, I was thinking like the worst thing that can happen is we put all this language in, and then we hire people that just can't do it. They don't have the correct expertise. They don't have any experience doing it. If what we're asking them to do, like, that's worst case scenario to me. And so I have, made an attempt to try to clarify the type of expertise we're looking for. And then I'll wrap it up with this. The main point of the amendment that I made, this amendment, is to strengthen the defensibility of the zoning changes. Because the one thing I've heard is like people, they want more information, right? They don't want to hear from us like, hey, just trust us that we're representing you in the way that we should and that we understand the complexities of the issues. They really want to see it. And I think this is the way to achieve it. I won't go through the amendment. Everybody has it. The last thing I did want to say is, are we trying to vote on this today, or is there an understanding that we probably should hold this at least one more meeting? Or I'd like to know where everybody is at. I've put my language forward just in case we want to move forward tonight, but it feels like we probably, depending on where the discussion goes, that we might want to at least, hold one more meeting.
Councilmember Isles, followed by Heracles.
Okay, I'm going to go through the same list as everybody else fairly quickly because a lot of the ideas have already been talked about. I am kind of hoping that we can vote on this today, but let's see where we get to. As far as rewrite versus update, I mean, there is some historical baggage attached to the previous zoning code, but I am mostly outcome focused. I want clarity. I want to modernize the code and have that align with the comprehensive plan is basically the thing that I'm most concerned with. As far as obviously, we all feel strongly that public engagement and transparency are critical to the process. I don't mind the weighted public input. I thought that Brian Hansen in public comment made a really good, cohesive argument for why weighted public input has some value in the process. I thought it was effectively used in the strategic housing plan. And so I'd like that to stay on the table in the name of equity. I don't want to add community members to the working group. I think they are already there, and it's just to keep things on track. It's not a decision-making body. I'm agnostic about a separate contract for impact analysis. If whatever consultant we choose, we're confident that they can also do this function, then fine. If not, finding a separate organization to do it is fine with me. I've heard unanimity in the fact that policy direction comes from City Council, and it's pretty clearly outlined in the comprehensive plan. That was the whole point. We spent 2.5 years and a lot of meetings and a lot of time getting that right. And so it's pretty clear exactly what our policy direction is. That shouldn't be difficult for the consultant to determine. As far as timeline and process, I think there's a balance to be had. We are not starting at zero. We have had a lot of community involvement in this process. I don't want people to feel like we're rushing the timeline by any stretch of the imagination. But I do think we need to be intentional about moving forward with this. And sometimes some communities struggle with an intentional effort to slow the process. And so I want to find a balance between making sure that everyone is heard, but we're not intentionally slowing the process because one group thinks that they're not going to get the outcome they want. So the best they can do is to slow it all down. So I'd like to find some sort of balance between those two things.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
So I'll just go down the list. So for rewrite versus update, there's no way I think we can just do small tweaks to get to reflect what we've decided on and voted on in the comprehensive plan. I also don't think that, the consultant is going to take an eraser and start completely from scratch. I mean, there's obviously neighborhoods have been separated into zones for a reason, and there's some of it's logical and some of it's way too complicated. So I think I'm more focused, like others, on the end result. The key thing for me with that is that it is something that you don't have to be a zoning expert or analyst to figure out like what I can do with my home. I think it should be simplified and clear and easy to read for people. I think it's really important that we, for public engagement and transparency, I think we've had a lot. It's been 2.5 years, and I think we have a lot of really solid data to start with. There are major decisions yet to be made when we talk about upzoning and what that looks like. And that's where we really have to keep people informed about our progress and the schedule, and that's really important. As far as adding more people to the working group is really just project management to make sure that we're on track and that we're not skipping steps or missing things. So I don't see the need of adding more people to that group. I think the 4 folks that are on there are more than capable of making those decisions. I would actually be in favor of separating the contract for impact analysis out. When we have these RFPs, I think some other folks said best case scenario is we get a lot of responses. You want to have a lot of choices, and I think if we might be self-selecting some firms out that don't have this background. So for the rewrite, I think it's important to leave that out. I don't feel super strongly about that, but I think having as many respondents as possible is really key. Legislative direction and consultant role. I think, again, I touched upon this a little bit. When we get to the decision about upzoning and what that looks like, I think that is our decision, but I think it's really important that we have consultants that can present options to us and be able to show us and the public what things actually look like. And so we're making really informed decisions. And the timeline and process is, I think a lot of that comes down to how much time the consultant needs to do this massive job. I think there's a reason why we haven't done this for however many years. And I think we have to do the work and move forward, but I think we have to do quality work. So the time that it needs to, legitimately do this and not skip steps. I'll just add a little bit. I would love to see a 3D model. Again, I don't know if I have no idea what that costs. I would be willing to spend a little bit more money so people actually can interact and have a good understanding of what's happening. But I would keep that optional for now.
So at this time, no one is requesting to speak. I think I probably shouldn't call for a vote, although I could. Does anyone care to make any amendments? Councilmember Burns. So your time is up. Obviously, that's fine, but just want to, for the purposes of efficiency, wanted to flag that you've used 5 minutes.
Yeah, so again, I will then make the amendments that I sent in the email.
Just to make sure I understand, you're saying put option A and option B in so that respondents could respond under either category, or you're going to make a motion of one or the other?
Yeah, I was trying to figure out where people are. My understanding is the reason why some community members wanted it separated out had less to do with whether or not a consultant could find someone with that expertise to do the work, but more about just independence from the consultant that was doing the zoning, whatever we're going to call it. And so if we're not concerned about that, then I think it probably makes sense to just include it as part of the requirement to the main general contractor. I guess the point is, in housing, this happens all the time, I'm sure. And my question to Liz would be this: they're just building a team, so they're going to build the team that we tell in order to satisfy what we're looking for. So it's not a situation where it's like, oh well, we don't have that, so we won't respond. Like, we're telling them the type of team to build, right? So in housing, if they need an architect, engineer, whoever they need, they're going to hire those people, and so. So for that reason, again, unless we just wanted them to be independent from the consultant that's doing the zoning work, then I think the best thing to do would just have it as a third party, consultant or team member, which would be option A, basically. So I was hoping that from our discussion, I get a sense of where people are on option A and B, and then I can make that motion. I guess I'll start off with option A, and then we can always change it during discussion.
And the separate amendment at the bottom of your email will be later?
No, I'll do that. I want to do it all as one, because that one is just, and so right now this amendment, the version of this amendment appears in phasing, I guess. I don't know what section that's in, but it said like phase 2. I think it should be under impact analysis, what I have here. And if we want to also put something in phasing, that's fine. And then also think we should, under consultant selection criteria, we should add what I have here, the urban economics, qualitative land use modeling, et cetera, that we should add that language.
All right, so the motion is to accept option A from your email, which is to put a third-party requirement for the impact analysis under the project deliverables, and separately to add the following requirements in the consultant selection criteria, which is urban economics, qualitative land use modeling, housing market analysis, and municipal fiscal impact analysis. Is that correct, Councilmember? Is there a second to that motion? Okay, so Councilmember Burns moves to add a third-party requirement to the impact analysis as described in an email that should be in front of everyone. Councilmember, and additionally to add urban economics, qualitative land use modeling, housing market analysis, and municipal fiscal impact analysis to the consultant selection criteria. Councilmember Harris seconds. Councilmember Kelly.
So the additional amendment, urban economics, this is for the main consultant, right?
Yeah, the way it's written now is that they hire a third-party consultant with this to fulfill this part.
But I mean, your additional amendment, the description of the requirements here, that's
The
for
consultant,
that's for the third party or for the?
I assumed, and if this is not the case, we can change that, but that by team, you meant just anybody working on the project.
That's correct,
A general
yes. Any
consultant,
sub-consultants,
a sub-consultant,
yep.
right,
Yep.
yeah.
Okay. I mean, I would just like to add, I do feel very strongly that what Councilmember Sufferton mentioned, that having the ability to do 3D modeling at this point, it really is essential. This has been going on for a while. So I would just add in there, you have quantitative land use, modeling, but somewhere I think we have to add 3D modeling should be par for course at this point. So.
And after this is dealt with, we can add other things to this section. This is just what I think should be added in order to address the amendment that
Okay, and before the vote, I want to read fully what we have here. So option A adds the following third-party requirement. I'm just going to read it verbatim. The impact analysis shall be prepared by a qualified third-party consultant independent of the zoning code drafting team. The consultant team shall include at least one professional with demonstrated expertise in urban or housing economics and shall collectively demonstrate expertise in qualitative land use modeling, housing market analysis, and municipal fiscal impact analysis. And then additionally, there's the requirement under consultant selection criteria of urban economics, qualitative land use modeling, housing market analysis, and municipal fiscal impact analysis. Councilmember Sufferton.
Yeah, I would like to suggest adding what is number 5 on the list that I sent out, in addition to what Councilmember Burns has put here with option A, which is more specific about what the impact analysis shall include. If people want to take a look and see if that makes sense. I mean, you tell me, Liz. I feel like, again, like the danger or the thing that we want to avoid is a respondent saying, oh yeah, I can do this. And then they can do like a percentage of what it needs to be in order for us to have.
My concern with number 5 is that it's seeking a parcel level assessment. I think that is going to be overly burdensome.
Okay,
so I would caution you to incorporating a parcel level requirement as part of the assessment.
Is there a larger level that
I think
makes sense?
it's really community-wide assessment where you can look at all of these things, but it's not specifying it at a parcel level. So you're going to get an understanding of how the changes would impact, infrastructure costs. Again, most development is required to upgrade their infrastructure when they're moving forward, but this does have implications potentially on capacity and how many people would have to upgrade their infrastructure. Municipal services costs, that's already in the scope, as is the infrastructure piece. School capacity, that was added in this version of the draft. Enrollment, I think it specifically speaks to. Redevelopment feasibility, I think it's mentioned in the narrative portion. As I was looking at the draft deliverable, that doesn't seem to be there. So again, I think it's captured or can be captured. So that's my feedback to you.
Okay. So you would suggest removing parcel level and using community level?
Yeah, I think just indicating what you want the assessment to evaluate. So what community-specific impacts do you want them to evaluate as part of this assessment? I don't think it needs to be at a parcel level. I think that would be overly burdensome.
Okay. Is ward level appropriate? Neighborhood level? I mean, I feel like there's got to be an increment between parcel and community that makes sense and isn't overly burdensome.
Yeah, most of the impact assessments that I've been involved with have been at a community-wide level. I know we do our stormwater management planning. I'm not sure if Laura or her team are still here that can speak to what level of geography they're able to get down to on that. But again, I would want to make sure that the city has data also to support this analysis.
And so it makes sense to, if we put it at a community level now, presuming that people are okay with that, in consultation with Public Works, figure out if there's a more granular definition.
Yeah, and you could also use language like at the community level or whatever level of granularity possible to provide clarity on impacts.
Okay.
Without specifying to, the parcel level.
Okay, so then Councilmember Burns is a friendly amendment. I would propose the language in number 5 with the substitution of parcel level to community level.
Yeah, I'm good with that. I also just want to quickly fill out, you didn't read the analysis shall part, and so people might be, unless they read it all, might be confused. But there is a lot of additional direction after it says option A and option B. Utilize, nationally recognized, yeah. So I wanted people to know that, yeah. And that, yeah, it's basically what we've already approved. There were some things that city staff added that I added and some other small things, but that language is 1 through 7 is basically what we already approved in the comp plan.
Okay, so let me fix all this then. So the original Councilmember Burns amendment is to add the following. The impact analysis shall be prepared by a qualified third-party consultant independent of the zoning code drafting team. The consultant team shall include at least one professional with demonstrated expertise in urban or housing economics and shall collectively demonstrate expertise in quantitative land use modeling, housing market analysis, and municipal fiscal impact analysis. The analysis shall 1, utilize nationally recognized research and peer-reviewed methodologies. 2, apply and adapt that research to Evanston's specific conditions using local data, including parcel-level zoning, housing stock characteristics, demographic trends, infrastructure capacity, and municipal finance information. 3, apply housing capacity and build-out modeling to estimate development potential under both existing and proposed zoning. 4, evaluate potential impacts on housing supply and unit mix, density and population growth, affordability, including rental and ownership markets, local ecosystems, displacement risk, infrastructure demand and service capacity, school enrollment, and municipal revenues and long-term fiscal sustainability. 5, clearly document assumptions, data sources, and methodological limitations. 6, include sensitivity testing using multiple development and market scenarios. 7, be written in a format accessible to policymakers and the public while including a technical appendix documenting methodology. The completed impact analysis shall be submitted concurrently with any draft zoning code and map provided to the Land Use Commission and shall remain part of the public record through City Council deliberation. And then separately, to add the qualifications under consultant selection criteria, urban economics, qualitative land use modeling, housing market analysis, and municipal fiscal impact analysis. And then you have accepted as a friendly amendment the addition of the following language, which is candidly quite consistent with what's already been read. The impact analysis shall include The impact analysis shall include community-level fiscal modeling, documented assumptions, infrastructure capital cost estimates, water, sewer, stormwater, transportation, municipal service cost projections, school capacity cost modeling, and redevelopment feasibility testing using representative pro forma analysis. Sensitivity scenarios shall model high and low growth outcomes. And so that is what's now before the council, all that stuff.
No, sorry.
And then several line breaks followed by no zoning framework shall advance to adoption without demonstration of fiscal neutrality or positive fiscal impact under documented assumptions. Councilmember Newsma, I think, is next.
Mr. Mayor, I want to acknowledge that we're talking about an RFP here and point out the uniqueness of a situation where council is attempting to wordsmith an RFP at this level of detail. And honestly, I'm kind of uncomfortable going much further beyond what's already in front of us. I'm concerned, despite the positive intent of what's being proposed, that it's going to add significant time and cost. Can you, Liz, is that a valid concern?
Potentially, yes. And, as I said, it may limit the pool of folks that are able to respond to something like this. But again, it's at the will of the council of how you decide you want to move forward. I think what I've heard through this process is that there needs to be a clear understanding of implications of what is being proposed and brought before you. And I do want to make the point, because it's been mentioned, that council needs to be setting, the legislative priorities throughout this process. That is also baked into the scope of services throughout the assessment, throughout the drafting process. The consultant team will be expected to come before you, test concepts, test scenarios before they put pen to paper and starting to draft. So I just want to put that out there as well, that they're not going to be doing this and then presenting you with a full draft code. There will be some back and forth and kind of legislative direction that you'll be providing throughout the process.
Yeah. Like, for example, the infrastructure capital cost estimates, like how do you even do that if you're talking about zoning, which is just changing the idea of what's possible? So Councilmember Suffredin, what you imagining there is like if theoretically a block on Main Street were built to the maximum capacity under the proposed zoning, would there be enough water? Would there be enough sewer? If not, how much would it cost to add that? Is that what you're
Correct.
attempting to? Okay.
Yeah, and I mean, I certainly understand your point, but again, looking back over the previous process, do you not wish that we would have been more deliberate on the front and made sure that the consultant that we chose understood the level of detail and work that was expected of them? I mean, I hear your point about limiting the pool of potential applicants, but I also think we're limiting the possibility of what happened last time happening again by being very upfront. And if we find that we've limited the pool too restrictively, we can always make changes. But I think the lesson of the first round of this is having the expected scope of performance by the consultant be very clear to them when they undertake this is a superior route than what happened.
I agree. We need to be very clear what our expectations of the consultant are. I'm just, I think we're maybe asking for a little bit too much here. Is this kind of information typically part of a zoning process?
Yeah, I mean, it is typical to evaluate impacts associated with zoning changes. So I don't think it's abnormal to ask for this type of evaluation.
Because the language we have in front of us now reads, this report should evaluate the likely impacts of proposed zoning changes on housing supply, density, population growth, affordability, local ecosystems, infrastructure, school enrollment, displacement risk, and fiscal sustainability. Seems to me that kind of captures it, and the more we add on, the more tricky and potentially expensive and potential pitfalls we might have. So anyway, that's the point I wanted to make. Thank you.
And Mayor, real quick, because I think this may help. I didn't realize that friendly amendment was adding as much as it was. I heard something, a much shorter statement, and that was my bad for not checking it. I think I'm going to remove that friendly amendment, because I think there is a way to incorporate Councilmember Suffredin's amendment probably more elegantly if we are going to include it. I want to start off with my language, though, because we've already approved it, essentially. It's just, it makes some minor enhancement tweaks, but it's essentially what we already have in our comprehensive plan. And then again, I'm happy to separately to review Councilmember Suffredin's amendments, and we can decide how we want to handle those.
So Councilmember Burns removes his friendly acceptance of the amendment. So what is before the council now is just the initial items from Councilmember Burns' amendment, which is the third-party requirement for the impact analysis with its various 7 items described, as well as the additional selection criteria. Councilmember Isles.
Okay, forgive me because we're working through some technical stuff here on the fly a little bit. There is one reference again to parcel level zoning in number 2, like the analysis shall apply and adapt that research to Evanston specific conditions using local data, including parcel level zoning. You mentioned before that was problematic. In this context, is it still problematic, or is this different?
I don't think it's problematic here, because if I understand Councilmember Burns, what you're looking at is to have our zoning at a parcel level. Is that correct?
Explain it again.
You're looking for them to include local data at the parcel zoning level?
Yes.
Yeah, so you're not asking for the analysis to be at the parcel level,
Yeah.
you're just asking the data inputs into that analysis to
Yes.
be, okay, so
Okay.
then I don't have
I
concern.
appreciate that clarity. I don't have an issue with that. The other reason I flicked my light on was this sentence: no zoning framework shall advance to adoption without demonstration of fiscal neutrality or positive fiscal impact under documented assumptions. That I'm not going to vote for. That has really broad, there's a lot of things that could fall under that sentence, that there's a lot of ramifications.
Which one is that
get what
again?
you're
I'm sorry,
going
I missed
for.
it.
That's mine. That's not Bobby's.
I know, but I flicked my light on before
Yeah.
Bobby removed it.
I mean-
That was the other part that I wanted to talk about. That is a really big net.
I think it's important that we know the fiscal impact of what we're doing here.
I agree,
and-
but you're saying under no circumstances should it advance.
I guess just to interject here, I think it would be a little unusual for us to put legislative procedure into an RFP, right? In other words, that's always you guys' choice. That's what the council decides. To me, that's like a little bit of an instruction to cook the books, and I worry about that. I would say getting
characterize it that way, but I understand what you're saying.
right. So like get the feedback, and if the feedback is it's fiscally negative, I would imagine that would weigh really heavily on anybody up here. But I'm not sure what it does to put in the RFP saying, here's what council will do with the information we get from the consultant.
I think if you can't pay for what you put into your zoning code, there's a problem.
I think there could be reasons that we choose to do something for a public good that wouldn't benefit us financially. That's what I'm worried about.
I think that's.
But I flicked my light before it was removed, so let's carry on with Bobby's, and then if you want to introduce that.
So there's a lot of lights on still. We're going to go finishing second chances and then go to third chances. So Councilmember Rogers is next.
I'm out of time, I know. So
I think we're all out of time.
I would just say, I think that we need to keep our RFP kind of top level. I mean, we're going to ask people to read. I mean, anybody who's going to apply for this is going to read our comp plan, I would hope. And if they don't, we shouldn't be hiring them or considering them. So to put things in that are part of our comp plan, I think is redundant. And that we should be asking them to read those parts, but we should be keeping this very high level. And then there is an interview process as well. So there will be follow-up questions about how do you feel about X, Y, or Z. So I don't know that everything needs to be in our RFP up front. We cast a little bit wider net. We can narrow that down during the interview process. That's exactly why one has the interview process. And so that would be my recommendation, to keep this very high level and then weed people out in the interview process. So that's just my 2 cents on that.
Moving on with third opportunities, Councilmember Kelly.
Thanks. I just wanted to respond to Councilmember Newsma's comment about our involvement in this. I would venture to guess that there's probably no city in the United States that has sent out to its community wanting feedback on the technical, relatively esoteric concept of a RFP for zoning. I mean, that in itself, I think I appreciate being asked as a council member, given everything that happened over the past few years, but we didn't ask to say, hey, send this out to the community too. I tested with a few neighbors, like, what do you want me to do with this? I said, just forget it. And I didn't want to send it out. I mean, that's an odd thing to say, can you weigh in on a zoning RFP? But now it has morphed as a result. Like from the February 6th document, you had, which seemed to me very logical, we did have the assessment and the community input first, and then we had preparing zoning. It should be scenarios, plural, not just one. We should be doing, planning, like scenario planning here. So I am concerned, like the way this is morphed as a result, and so I just wanted to add that I think it's very unusual what we did, and I think it's actually taken it in somewhat of an odd direction since the original February 6th document that came out. Like, I think we do need to decouple, but we'll get past this amendment, and then I'm going to ask that we go back to the February 6th original document where we started out with doing an assessment and collecting community input. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
You know, the language that we adopted in the comprehensive plan was advisory. That's very different from a specific requirement that consultants are going to respond to in an RFP. And so to assume either they're going to read it, I just think bottom line, we shouldn't find out after somebody has assembled their team that they don't have the team we're looking for. That doesn't seem like the right way to do this. We should be very upfront about what we're looking for and what we expect the consultants to deliver. And they should build their teams based on a clear understanding. And I gave an example that that I understand more than others with housing. Like, you tell them what type of team to build, and then they get it involved. We had the APW committee saw something where they, based on the RFP, people went out and they knew they needed to get somebody that could help with housing, affordable housing education, and all these other components. So I think we need to tell them what the components are so they can build a team that can do the work. Again, this is the language that the amendment that I made for comp plan was, I understood at that level it was advisory, but we discussed then, and I brought up at that point that it's just advisory. At some point, we have to decide how we're going to make this real. And I also mentioned that I think the best way to do that is to have the consultants responsible for it, the zoning consultants. I would have made this type of amendment then. Were we discussing zoning consultants at the time? We weren't. And so I made the amendment to get in the plan, and now we're at a point where we can include that direction in the RFP as well.
Councilmember Sufferton. All right, so does everyone know the amendment that is before the council at this time? This is the amendment to add the third-party requirement as follows. The impact analysis shall be prepared by a qualified third-party consultant independent of the zoning code drafting team. The consultant team shall include at least one professional with demonstrated expertise in urban or housing economic.
But the consulting team is still in reference to the third party? I mean, it's number 5, right? Where we're talking about an impact analysis.
This is Councilmember Burns' email.
Okay, I thought he had deferred back to Councilmember Sufferton.
No, the opposite.
Okay. Okay.
So this is option A from Councilmember Burns' email.
Thank you. But in reference to the third party.
Correct. And then additionally, the consultant selection criteria, which are as follows: urban economics, qualitative land use modeling, housing market analysis, and municipal fiscal impact analysis.
But that's still in reference to the third party, or are those qualifications in reference to the actual consultant?
So this is, I want to just reiterate Councilmember Burns' way of conceptualizing this, which is this is a set of instructions about the assemblage of a team.
All third parties.
And so these qualifications are going to be represented in the consultant team. Is that correct?
Yep.
All right. Councilmember Hadakaris.
So as we're looking with the RFP requirements, I think, like our main director, I know that Councilmember Burns, that you're saying that the comp plan is advisory, but I think that is their starting point where they're not going to ask us every single piece, like, should we do this? Because we've already voted on the comp plan and it's there. Is staff comfortable with, when we do these interviews, asking them for this specific analysis, third-party analysis? Like that, can that be, because I know a lot of, we went through kind of our, the 4 questions at the beginning, and you guys have also met with, and I don't know if the public knows this, met with all of us individually to ask about the RFP. So you folks know pretty well what we want to see in the consultant. Could this be like one of the criteria that you folks evaluate the submissions? Is that?
Yeah, I think what we're asking for is for the consultant team to lay out their approach to this impact assessment. And so each consultant team is going to provide a narrative response to how they would address this particular deliverable. And then based on that response and the request or the proposal that we receive, staff has the ability to further drill down and ask clarifying questions. Typically, those questions are consistent across consultant teams so that we can evaluate where there may be differences as it relates to their approach.
So you will be asking in the interview the consultant teams this specific question, and you will be evaluating based on the feedback that we have already in the comp plan. And also you will be looking for someone who has a very robust impact analysis, and you'll be weighing that in your.
Correct. We're going to be asking that in the interview, and we're also going to be asking that of them to include as part of their proposal that they submit if they're interested in working on the project.
Okay, so I'm personally fine leaving this out and just going forward with what we have.
Responding to, I don't know if you caught that, because you were responding to how you.
Hold on.
Okay.
Councilmember Hedekadis, you still have the floor. All right. Councilmember Burns, these are the last words that we said before the vote.
Yeah, well, it's important we get this right. We always sometimes we get in this thing is trying to rush the most important things. If we don't understand what's going on up here, we're not giving the right direction to staff. So sometimes we got to do this. It sounds like you were explaining how you would carry out the language that I've provided. Was that not what you were doing?
No, that's not what I was doing.
So what were you doing, just so I'm clear?
What I'm saying is that as part of the RFP process, consultants are going to be submitting a proposal of how they would achieve what we've asked in the request in the scope of services.
Yeah.
So they're going to lay out probably a large chunk of their narrative of how they would go about doing an impact assessment.
Yeah.
Because it's a requirement of the proposal. And so we will be able to hear from them exactly how they're going to do that, what data they're going to include as part of that assessment, at a high level at this point. Based on that, we will also have an opportunity to ask clarifying questions to each of the firms that we interview to drill down a little bit further on their approach to this particular deliverable. So again, this is up to council. If you want to add this level of specificity, you're more than welcome to. I'm not trying to drive the conversation here. You have to feel comfortable with whatever goes out on the street.
And in phase 2, most of this language is here.
That's right. It's in the draft scope.
And so really all I'm doing is, as I said earlier, I'm aligning it. There's certain things that are here that were left out. And so I'm just aligning this more closely with what we approved in the comp plan and then adding some direction on the type of expertise we're looking for. But I just want to be clear. Some of this language is already in there. If you look at phase 2, it talks about independent analysis, grounded in national, regional research. I'm just cleaning up my own amendment. They tried to understand. They made an attempt to try to work an amendment that I made that we all approved into this document. I'm just more closely aligning it with what we already approved. That's all I'm trying to do.
Councilmember Burns.
Was that next?
You're supposed to say yes or no.
Oh, what are we doing?
We're voting.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't. Yes.
Councilmember Sefferden. Councilmember Rogers.
No.
Councilmember Hedekadis.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma. No. Ooh, it's a 4-4 tie. I will break the tie by voting no. With 4 voting in favor and 5 voting against, the motion fails and the RFP is not amended. That was a lot. I'm going to wipe all the timer slates clean, but now begin trying to enforce 5-minute limits moving forward. Are there further proposed amendments? Councilmember Kelly.
And I'm sorry I don't have it written, but I will write it. I'd like to propose that we go back to the original February 6th where we have a standalone community assessment process, not coupled with drafting the code.
Councilmember Kelly moves to decouple those two parts of the process. Councilmember Rogers seconds. This is a pretty serious thing to not have drafted, so let me ask you, Liz, does that give you what you need, or should we pause to draft something?
I would like clarity on the fact of whether or not you want to go back to the exact same language that was in the original draft. There has been added clarity based on community feedback. I don't disagree and have no issue having a phase that looks at assessment and a phase that looks at drafting. I would just want to make sure that we aren't losing the clarity that council and land use commission and the community will have the opportunity to review that assessment language, provide feedback on that, provide feedback on some alternative scenarios, as you mentioned, which is in this version, and I'm not sure if it is as explicit in the first version. So I'm comfortable separating them into two phases, but I would want to know if you want to go back to the original language in its entirety or not.
So I don't think that precludes presenting scenarios in subsequent stages.
Correct, and that's what the draft currently proposes, is to provide scenarios.
Right, so I'm just saying that I think by having that, decoupling that and having the assessment, community input, collecting, leveraging local knowledge, that needs to go first, and for the moment, I would say, I really would like to see this tabled, but I would say go back to the February 6th version where it was decoupled. That would be my motion.
Can you put the February 6th?
Yeah, I did not understand that. Did you?
So, Liz, you know what So originally what was presented was just that. It was decoupled, and then community input came in, and then all of a sudden it merged together. And I think that became, that's why I was saying, why we even put it out, I'm sorry, but, I know some community members are involved, but this is an odd thing to be putting out, and then you had lobbying, and you saw some groups did say everybody copy and paste and send this in. So things changed from the February 6th to what we were finally presented with. So yes, I'm saying to go back to the original document that we were provided with and asked to provide feedback on.
Can I maybe clear this up a little bit?
Is that okay with you, Councilmember Kelly?
Sure.
Councilmember Rogers, go ahead.
Yes.
So in the document we currently have, which lists Phase 2 community assessment and drafting the code, there are one paragraph, second paragraph with bullet points, and then two things below that kind of go. I think it really is already separated.
Yep.
It's really just moving drafting the code down to below that first set of bullet points.
Yeah.
That says, using the information, the consultant will develop.
Yes. Yeah, so I'm comfortable with that direction. I think as long as Councilmember Kelly, that's your intention here. I think it makes sense to do an assessment as a single phase and then start drafting the code based on that assessment and community feedback on some initial concepts.
Drafting scenario code. I just want to be clear that we're not going to come up with the one single plan. We're supposed to be doing sort of scenario planning here. So that's fine, but then let's make it clear that that's a phase, that this is a separate phase altogether, not, and that we're not referring to a single code. We should be presented with scenarios.
Yeah, and the draft does say that there would be iterative drafting. So again, it's not just one draft code that's going to come out to the community. What it says is it would be an initial draft prior to the assessment, prior to community engagement on that assessment, prior to testing some scenarios. Then there would be a draft that would come out. Community would provide feedback on that draft, and then the consultants would take that input, incorporate it into a second draft that would come out for the community, and then based on that feedback, they'd make refinements and it would move into the legislative process, all while council, land use commission, and the community is weighing in on every step along the way.
Sure, and I appreciate the iterative approach. The only thing I didn't hear is I heard testing with scenarios, but not with the public.
No, it is with the public, the land use commission, and the city council. That is what the draft says.
Okay, for the scenarios before it
Correct,
goes to the
yes.
iterative. Okay. Okay, then if that seems to solve that issue, then I'm fine with that. If you want, go ahead, Councilmember Rogers.
Councilmember Rogers, were you just?
I thought.
So I would just say, I was going to advise, if staff would bring up what we are looking at right now through the council agenda. No, that's fine. If you would bring up what we are looking at for the council agenda, I think this can all be cleared up by just moving one subhead, and that is it.
Yep.
So go to our agenda for this evening. there, scroll down to page 4 of 11, I believe it is. It's 4 is where it starts. I think you've gone too far. You're into project deliverables. You need to go up a little bit.
Phase 2.
Up one more page.
There.
Keep going up just a hair more. There you go. So taking the words drafting the code and putting it above what is highlighted right now.
What? Can you explain that again?
Taking the subhead out of Phase 2, Community Assessment and Drafting the Code, and it will say Phase 2, Community Assessment. And then what's highlighted there will now be a new subhead that says Phase 3, Drafting the Code.
Correct.
It says
Councilmember Rogers moves to remove and drafting the code from the title of Phase 2 and add, after the 6 bullets, a Phase 3, drafting the code, and then additionally to appropriately renumber any subsequent phases that may exist.
Right.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Isles seconds. Councilmember Kelly.
So could you, so I'm basically fine with that. I just want to see the February 6th. Could we project that? What was shared with the community originally? So, well, that was it, I think, right?
Yep.
So I do think, just so we have the engagement piece is as, that hasn't changed, the rest of the engagement is identical? Or have we eliminated much of that?
I would need you to specify what you're
Well, I'm
speaking
saying,
to.
so in the original one, it included people, places, engagement was Phase 2. I just want to make sure that all that is, and I'll solicit assistance from council members, that remains. All of the public engagement, which I don't see here in the same way. I mean, that public engagement.
Councilmember Rogers has donned his cape and is prepared to save the day?
Yeah. I think if you read through the text that's here, it talks about using the assessment findings as a consultant team shall develop and test initial zoning concepts with the community, land use commission, and city council. And then below that, it says in the beginning of the next paragraph, and this is on page 5 of our current document, public engagement and community outreach will be at the core component of this phase.
I think it works.
So I think we've covered off on it. Some of the language has changed a little bit, but the idea is still there.
Does everyone understand the Rogers amendment to create a Phase 3 right under the bullets? In that case, Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hedekadis.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Bless you. Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
With 7 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the amendment is adopted. So Phase 3 will be added directly beneath those bullets. Are there further proposals to make amendments? Okay, Councilmember Burns is next.
Okay. I would like to, assuming that I understand, let me be specific, what Councilmember Nusma's concerns are, because I'm hoping to flip you to a yes vote. I had 2 options for a reason. So either one, I think, captures what's important to me. And so just a reworked option B, which I can send, it removes the economic analysis. So it just says, and this is, option B is without third-party requirement. It just says the impact analysis shall be I got to word it a little differently, but basically that this analysis, that the analysis would be done by a team that can collectively demonstrate expertise, and it drops the economic part, quantitative land use modeling, housing market analysis, and municipal fiscal impact analysis. So they need to demonstrate collectively as a team, no third party, no economic. And then under consultant selection criteria, again, drops the economic piece. It just says the same thing, quantitative land use modeling, housing market analysis, and municipal fiscal impact analysis. There's, in order for them to do what still remains in here, we need people that have done it before and have the expertise to do it. I've probably thought more about this than anybody up here because it's an amendment I made. And I just want to make sure that if we're going to keep this in here, that we have people that can do the job. I think the economic piece is what I'm assuming the economics person might be what scared people off. And so that would be my amendment to remove that. And I made some other adjustments. So I can send that over if there's a second.
Just because we're sort of in a pattern here, Councilmember Rogers flipped on a light. Do you want to weigh in on this again? Or do you want to weigh in on this?
I want to weigh in on this, but if there's a second, I mean, I'm happy to either wait for the second to discuss it or discuss it.
All right. So, so Councilmember Burns, there's a second to your motion. Can you then repeat clearly what the amendment is exactly?
While people are discussing an amendment they may not even know clearly, it's probably helpful to just send it over in an email. Can I do that?
Yes, that would be great. So, nope, wrong button. Councilmember Burns moves something. Councilmember Isles seconds.
I think I understood.
What's that?
I think I understood.
Yeah. At this time, no one is requesting to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Rogers with 3:45 left.
I'm wondering if we can accomplish this by just adding in under the consultant selection criteria that language without having anything else added. So it would say under the selection criteria, urban economics, quantitative land use modeling, housing market analysis, and municipal fiscal impact analysis would be one of the criteria under which we would hire a consultant.
I accept that.
All right, that works.
I accept that. Good job, Rogers.
So this is great for multiple reasons, one of which is that it saves us the drafting. So the motion at this time, which has been made by Councilmember Burns and seconded by Councilmember Isles, is embedded in Councilmember Burns' initial email, but skips options A and B altogether and simply adds under the consultant selection criteria, urban economics, qualitative land use modeling, housing market analysis, and municipal fiscal impact analysis. Councilmember Burns, is that correct?
That's what I'm proposing, that you're making a motion for,
yeah,
and Councilmember Isles is seconding.
I'm good. Thank you, sir.
Okay. At this time, no one is requesting to speak for first time, so we go, gosh darn it, we go back to Councilmember Kelly with 4:30 left.
So I'm wondering if there could be a friendly amendment. I feel like they should also have and I don't know if this fits in, a plan for collecting and leveraging local knowledge, that they should come with that plan. Like, it shouldn't just be, you have to do this, but they should have expertise in that. That would include proactive steps for open opportunity for public input.
Councilmember Rogers has some thoughts about this.
That's already in there.
Yeah, and
I think one of the criteria already is that we're asking them to have a knowledge of the community, and
I want a plan.
you're asking them to develop a plan to submit an RFP, but when we ask them about the knowledge, they're going to have to demonstrate a knowledge of the community.
I guess what I'm getting at, though, is that they should come with a plan to leverage that knowledge, and to say, we'll get to know them isn't enough. Like, I think this is something that's really important, that we know that the consultant is able to leverage that and knows how to do that.
Again, I think we start to get into the area beyond this. There's an interview process. This isn't just.
Let's start here. Do you accept the friendly amendment, Councilmember Burns?
No. I'm just trying to get a vote on this and make it out of this alive.
Is your light off in that case, Councilmember Newsome? All right, so let us now, if there's no further comment on Councilmember Burns' initial motion, which again was to add the urban economics, qualitative land use modeling, housing market analysis, and municipal fiscal impact analysis under the criteria. That motion was made by Councilmember Burns, seconded by Councilmember Isles, and realized into the English language by Councilmember Rogers. We'll now take a vote on that. Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakatis.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor, none voted against, the motion carries, and this bullet is added in under this consultant selection criteria. Are there further, is there further discussion or further amendments? At this time, no one is requesting to speak for a first or second time, so we go back to Councilmember Kelly with 4 minutes left.
I'd like to strike the word optional under deliverables regarding a 3D modeling. I think that's a practice that we should expect, and it shouldn't be optional. I mean, I just looked at I think it was Lakota Group that did our downtown, plan a long time ago, and I mean, with 3D modeling, I think that's something that should not be an option.
Is there a second? The motion fails for lack of a second. Are there further motions or discussion? At this time, no one is requesting to speak for a first, second, or third time, so we go back to Councilmember Kelly with 3:45 left.
So I'd like to know, I think we do need to be clear whether we're asking, and I know everybody here doesn't care whether it's an update or a zoning rewrite, it's the end, but I think it is going to be hard to compare apples to apples with different consultants if some are coming in and proposing a rewrite versus an updating. So it seems to me that needs to be clear in the RFP. And I'd like to know what others think about that, but I think otherwise I just think we can't, it's clearly very, very distinct scope of work. So I'll ask.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry.
At this time, no one is requesting to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Burns with 3 minutes left.
Do you want a motion first before we get into this?
So.
And that's a question for Mayor Biss. It sounds like
I would
no.
prefer a motion, but there wasn't one, and so I was going to call somebody else.
Okay.
I mean, if there's a motion, that would be great.
There's not a motion yet, because I also wanted to hear from staff if there is, this could be sort of, if it needs a statement at the outset or if we need to modify some part of this, but I think it should be made clear. So I'm not making a motion yet, and I also did want to hear from.
It sounds like there was a request for staff to weigh in. Do you have any comment here?
Can I add my question before you respond? Do you mind?
Yeah, so this time when I first called on you, no one was requesting to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Burns with 3 minutes left.
To add on to that question, I'm just trying to understand, when is it a rewrite and when is it, what's the other one again? My head is all over the place. Update, thank you. When is it a rewrite, when is it update? Like, if we don't clearly know the distinction between the two, then my question is why is it relevant? Like, what's the material difference between the two? Is there a material difference? Is it that in the community of consultants who will respond to this RFP, that means something to them, where they're going to approach it differently, they're going to respond differently? Like, why does this matter if it does?
Yeah. A rewrite would be a complete scrapping of everything that we currently have written down in our zoning code and the map, and they would be starting over and applying a new framework in its entirety. That could be, moving to a all form-based code, for example, where currently we have aspects of our code that are form-based, but that could apply citywide. I want to point out an update would be just taking our existing framework that we have, so the various chapters within the zoning title, and making amendments to that. The current draft request, if I can, says the city encourages consultant teams to recommend their approach to updating the zoning code and map regardless of approach. Provisions in the existing code will carry over. It's important to the community to understand where changes have been made. The outcome of the proposed revisions should support implementation of the comprehensive plan. The resulting code must be easy to understand, intuitive to navigate for users of all experience levels, produce predictable outcomes, use clear graphics and visuals wherever possible to communicate intent and consider the unique attributes of the city. And then it goes into a list of those attributes. So that's what the draft is asking for consultants to provide a proposal on.
So out of the two, we've selected update. So is that, we're saying update with some other
It's saying update,
direction?
and it's being clear that it is intended that aspects of our code will likely carry over, but they have the ability to alter that framework of how it's currently drafted today.
Yeah. So my question to Councilmember Kelly, when it's her time to
Trying
respond,
to balance. We're trying to balance.
is why. What about that is
Yeah,
concerning?
no, I think
or doesn't
that's fine, but that
okay.
was one of the first questions that Ms. Williams asked us, was about that there was a difference in whether it should
Okay.
be a rewrite or an update, and so I just wanted to address that and make sure we're clear. That's fine.
But you're good with that?
I'm good.
Okay.
Are the other lights that went on in response to that question still operative, given that okay.
No, I'd just like to thank Ms. Williams for not expending more of my time to explain that, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there any further questions, amendments, discussion? Seeing none, I'm prepared to call the roll on this, which has been amended a few times, I think by consensus in both times. Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sefferden. Aye. Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakatis.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma. With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the draft RFP, as twice amended by consensus, is adopted. Councilmember Hadakatis.
Oh, as we move on to carried over items, I would hope that we could move to planning and development first, because we have some folks in the audience. So here.
Can you, sorry, what, why?
We have one of the applicants is still here.
Oh, got it. Sure. Let's just handle the two PD. Let's handle PD 1 and 2 immediately. Councilmember Hadakatis and sorry, Councilmember Nusma.
I was just going to move to suspend. Sorry, I'm going to move to suspend the rules for item PD1 and PD2 to allow introduction and action this evening.
Yep.
I'll second.
Councilmember Newsom moves to suspend Rule 20.1 so that ordinances 18-0-26 and 21-0-26 may both be introduced and acted upon in a single vote tonight. Councilmember, I think, Hadakatis? Seconded? Is that right?
Seconded, yeah.
Will the clerk please take the roll on the motion to suspend the rules? Nope.
No, I'm good. I'm good with that. I'll talk after.
Okay. Will the clerk? Oh, I'm the clerk. Right. Sorry. Good God. Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sefferden. Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakatis.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion received its required unanimous vote, and therefore the rule is suspended so that both ordinances 18-0-26 and 21-0-26 may be passed in a single evening and a single vote. Councilmember, so Councilmember Burns, your light is on. There's no motion. Did you want to speak before a motion?
Just quickly, yeah.
Yeah, Councilmember Burns.
Is the business owner is here? No. Or not?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to say I'm really excited about this. I think we had something like this at one point before. I think it was more of a restaurant. This, I understand, not a restaurant, not necessarily, I don't even know if food will be served, but there'll be live music. Is that what we're doing here? Yeah. You can if you want. That nod was fine with me, but yeah, but you can go ahead.
Hello, my name is Kurt Schauer. I'm the owner of hopefully Local Note Jazz Club. But yes, to answer your question, it's going to be live music and we'll have cocktails. We're not thinking of food right now, but further down the line, we might, think about maybe partnering with another restaurant in town and maybe just doing some smaller bite type of things that they can order from there and do a kind of a cross collaboration.
Yeah.
But right now, we're just focusing on the content, the performance, and the cocktails.
Will you allow outside food or no?
Not at this time, no.
Okay.
No. We'll have like maybe some snack, nuts, that kind of
Okay,
thing.
okay.
But nothing major, no, kind of major food items right now.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to say, I didn't know you were here. I just want to say I'm personally excited about this. As a member of the Economic Development Committee, we're going to be discussing our work plan at the next meeting. But one of the things that was a reoccurring theme was just wanting to create more of a nice scene downtown in particular and in that area. So just wanted to
Like I said, not
appreciate
taking
you for
too much
making this
time, but,
investment.
that little alley area there.
Yeah.
That's been kind of reworked, and the city has kind of put up those, ballards and stuff to create that area. That's a really cool little area that we're hoping to kind of, uplift and kind of add more interest to.
Yeah.
And just kind of create a really unique space that's, unique to Evanston, so people can't get that experience anywhere else. And when they come into town, they're going to kind of take that experience out with them.
Are y'all going to be located in that alley or near it?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize that. That's awesome.
So
Okay.
the entrance is going to be in that alley.
That's awesome.
So right now, it's just a storefront, but we're going to kind of flip the script on that and have everyone going through the alley.
That's excellent. Well, I won't hold you or us any longer, but I just wanted to say, this is a great idea, and thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate all the support from everyone.
We're very excited that you're here, and we apologize that you are coming to a town with a mayor who just made the catastrophic procedural error of allowing this discussion to happen without a motion. The mayor apologizes to all of Evanston and will not continue this procedural defect one moment longer. Councilmember Hedekatis, do you have a motion to make relative to items PD1 and PD2?
I will move approval of PD1 and PD2. PD2 is ordinance 21-026, granting a special use for a performance entertainment venue at 1716 Sherman Avenue.
Second.
And PD1 is, let me find that. I don't know why we're moving them together.
No, I think we move one.
We'll move one. Okay, we'll move.
Well, PD1 is ordinance 18-0-26, if you want to.
Yeah, we can move them both.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
So Councilmember Hedekatis moves adoption, final action of ordinance 18-0-26 and ordinance 21-0-26. Councilmember Harris seconds. We now have Councilmember Hedekatis followed by Newsman, followed by Harris.
Just want to thank Kurt for his patience. Ninth Ward resident, he reached out to me maybe a year plus ago with this. He was like, hey, me and my colleague want to open a jazz club. And I also want to thank economic development staff because Paul's been great. Put him in touch with Kurt and really looking forward to having a place downtown where it's open past 10 o'clock. It's very important. So excited to have this come forward.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I'd be remiss if I didn't thank Alderperson Yarrick Harris because he's my alderperson. And again, at the very beginning, there's a lot of moral support to kind of keep this thing going and kind of navigate this whole thing. And then Alderperson Kelly, who, it's in her ward, so she, again, really threw in her support. And all the staff has been great to, again, this is my first time, so it's kind of navigating that whole process, which can be a little time consuming at sometimes, but they did a great job. So I appreciate everybody's support for this. And, we did our due diligence and we can control what we can control. And I think it's going to be a success. So we're happy to do it and excited.
Councilmember Newsma, Harris, Rogers, Kelly.
Are you going to be open Monday night?
No Mondays. No Mondays.
That changes my vote.
I'd like it to be known to the Evanston hospitality industry that there is a market for alcoholic beverages to be sold after city council meetings.
That's true. And honestly, we have a kind of a set plan, but it's going to be kind of fluid, right? Once we open up and we see how everything is going, some of that stuff can be fluid and, how we open up, where, the times and that kind of thing. But, if it turns out where it's so popular, we need to open on Monday, it'd be great. I'd love to do 7 days a week.
Councilmember Harris, Rogers, Kelly.
Thank you. So excited to have you. Hoping that maybe we'll get some further down alley improvements going closer to the Benson area because that area is not been touched. We've done the other side towards Sherman. And then excited, but a little bit in trepidation. I am a member of Second Baptist Church, so I just want to make sure nobody from church is going right over there to hang out.
No.
But hoping that you will also take some time, if you haven't already, to talk to pastor neighbors, as you all will be neighbors in that alley, and just understanding what that is.
Yeah, absolutely. And, one of the things that I keep talking about to everybody is community. That's a big thing for us. And, community to me is a few different things. It's the community, the jazz community, the musicians, the people that listen to it. It's the business community, and then it's the community of Evanston at large, right? So we want this place to be accessible to everybody. People that may not really understand the music, but, they kind of think they're interested in it, but they're a little skeptical, and they can come in and enjoy it. Jazz aficionados can come in and enjoy it, but we really want to be a part of this community, and we want to uplift it and really create something unique that everybody can enjoy. And so if we can kind of cross-collaborate with some businesses and our neighbors in that area, that's great, because that's what we're looking to do.
I can share the information.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Rogers and then Kelly.
So we're talking about PD1 and PD2 both at the same time.
Correct.
Okay, so love your concept, great for you.
Thank you.
PD1, I had raised an issue about the special use here, about it maybe being expired, but in consultation with Corporation Counsel, they have until September 26th of this year. Because of the lawsuit that ensued, the clock was stopped. Our code doesn't make it real clear because it addresses different things in different parts, which hopefully will change in the new zoning ordinance. But so I just wanted to get that out there on the record because of the fact that they're starting at this point, making sure that we get them on the track so that they hit that date or at least come back to us for a suspension or an extension on their special use.
Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you, and we're very excited. And thank you for attending. We had a community meeting in the First Ward to learn about and to welcome the club and Kurt. And I can say that residents really welcome this enthusiastically and are very excited about it. So thank you, and let me know how I can help.
Great to hear. Anytime anyone wants to hear about it, I'm happy to talk about it. So,
Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries. Ordinances 18-0-26 and 21-0-26 are both adopted, and congratulations and welcome. We're super excited. Now on item A2, Councilmember Kelly, do you have a motion?
I'd like to move item A2, approval of BMO Harris Amazon credit card.
Second.
Councilmember Kelly moves adoption of BMO Harris Amazon credit card activity. Councilmember Harris seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Burns.
What are we, I'm sorry.
Credit card activity.
Amazon credit card.
A2.
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 Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton.
Abstain.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
With 7 voting in favor, none voting against, and 1 abstention, the motion carries, and the credit card activity is approved. Now on item A4, Councilmember Kelly, do you have a motion?
Moving item A4, approval of a final one-year agreement renewal for janitorial services for various city facilities with Echo Clean Maintenance.
Second.
Councilmember Kelly moves approval of this one-year agreement renewal. Councilmember Harris seconds. Councilmember Kelly.
So I pulled this off only because I really hope going forward that these services can be in-house. It doesn't, this is janitorial services for existing facilities, and I'm not even real excited about extending this even yet another year when we didn't have to. So I just want to state that for the record, that these services should be in-house. Thank you.
Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Hadakaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles is out of the room. Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
With 7 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the contract is extended. Now on item HCDC1, Councilmember Burns, do you have a motion?
Move ACDC1 for action, ordinance 2026 to amend Title 5, Chapter 9 of the City Code, vacation rentals.
Second.
Councilmember Burns moves approval of ordinance 2-0-26. Councilmember Harris seconds. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First off, we did receive some Scrivener errors that Tina Payden sent to staff, so I don't think we need to amend for either one of those because they're both fairly clear. One is a typo and one is just something that evidently got overlooked in the changing from the 12 months to the 30 days. I do, however, I did just send everyone an email with a proposed change that I have, which would be in section, let me see here, I can't read, my eyes are too tired at this point. 596B, to read, the proposed short-term rental will not cause a negative cumulative effect when its effect is considered in conjunction with the cumulative effect of other short-term rentals on the immediate neighborhood and on the city as a whole. This removes the 600 feet and the specifications for buildings at 25% or 6. When we have a limited number of spaces of 144 rentals total, to concentrate some of those in a single building or in a neighborhood of very dense buildings seems counterintuitive. And also, I think it's incumbent upon us to look at if you have 2 single-family homes that are maybe renting out a single bedroom versus 2 5-bedroom homes that are renting out the entire space, those are very different impacts on the neighborhood. The language that I'm using is picked up basically from our special use and just tweaked a little bit. So we know this is acceptable language. It kind of falls under LaSalle. So there shouldn't be a problem with it in the specificity. So that would be my proposed amendment, and I'll wait for a second.
As a point of information, Councilmember Rogers, are you intending to replace section 596B in its entirety? With
So you're condensing it dramatically?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Rogers moves to replace the entirety of 596B with the following language. The proposed short-term rental will not cause a negative cumulative effect when its effect is considered in conjunction with the cumulative effect of other short-term rentals on the immediate neighborhood and on the city as a whole. Councilmember Kelly seconds. We now continue with Councilmember, I think, Newsome, followed by Burns.
Who would be making the judgment about the negative cumulative effect? Is that staff? Is that land use? Is that?
That's going to go through the regular process, which is through staff at this point. And then if there were an appeal of it, it would come to us and we would apply that same standard.
So I'm concerned that we are eliminating very, kind of prescriptive and quantitative direct guidance and leaving it open to some interpretation that might have some unintended consequences.
I can agree, but also I think that when you're looking at, we've limited the number of these that are available in the city. And for an example, I live in a 25-unit building. There's a 25-unit building across the street and a 25-unit building just down the street. We're all within 600 feet. We could hold 18 short-term rentals in those 3 buildings, theoretically. So it also is allowing these to be spread out more so throughout the city. So that's the intent behind this. And there is some subjectivity here, but we ask staff to make subjective decisions fairly regularly.
So adding your proposed language as an additional requirement would allow some subjectivity, but also, keep that direct guidance in the requirements, which would be useful for applicants trying to have some idea of what they were getting into.
again, this is a standard we use for special uses, so applicants who come for special uses face this exact same barrier. And I think if you have prescriptive and general together, you set up a conflict of interest, or not a conflict of interest, but a conflict of interpretation. So I think that this is a better approach by having a standard that addresses the impact on the neighborhood as a whole.
I think it would make sense to add this as an additional requirement, number 5.
Councilmember Burns, followed by Kelly.
I have concerns about the distance requirement and how it might impact owner-occupied applicants who have yet to apply but intended on applying. If we keep the distance requirement, there might be on a block where there's an existing either owner-occupied or non-owner-occupied short-term rental. Let's say it's non-owner-occupied, a owner-occupied applicant that has been waiting for this to reopen would not be able to apply simply because there's one that is within that particular distance. And personally, I'm less concerned about owner-occupied than I am non-owner-occupied. I do think and so one way we could do this is just say that the distance requirement doesn't apply to owner-occupied. I think some of the members of the council, including myself, are of the understanding, and so Councilor Ruggie, if you can kind of clarify that we can't distinguish between owner-occupied and non-owner-occupied. There's some legal concerns around that. Is that the case?
Thank you, Councilmember Burns. For the record, Alex Ruggie, Corporation Counsel. Yeah, there are concerns. Some legal cases have been filed throughout the country, and they bring up the Dormant Commerce Clause. So essentially, if we're restricting people who live out of state, as opposed to those who live in the city, we would be violating the Dormant Commerce Clause. It's a pretty rarely used legal concept, but it was able to be successful here. In other municipalities. So I don't know if we could, as long as we're not restricting them completely, it would be an interesting interpretation. We still may be out for a legal challenge on that.
Okay.
So I think a very legally sound way of doing it is either the way that's in there now or what Councilmember Rogers has proposed.
And then what if we said it doesn't apply so long as either a property manager or an owner lives in Evanston? If we make it have more to do with if they live in Evanston versus not living in Evanston?
I think we'd have to look into that a little bit further. I'm not sure that I would know if we allow for the
I'm sure
property
you need
manager
a
to
little
be.
bit more time on that. But basically, last thing I'll say is I'm not prepared to vote on something that adds a distance requirement at this time. Not that I understand why we would want that. In some ways, I think the cap can address it, but I would like to spend a little bit more time seeing how we can resolve the kind of issue that I described. But if not, I just won't vote on this yet today. Thank you.
Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you. So I would like to see if we can research more. I think I agree with Councilmember Burns that if there is any way to incorporate language for property management or ownership that lives within the city, I think that would be important because there is a very clear difference in terms of the impacts on the neighborhood overall, not 100%, but generally that is clear. So I do support Councilmember Rogers' amendment or change. I think that it's unfair to have the distance, but yet if you live in a building, it can be loaded up with 25% short-term rentals. But if you're in homes, it's 600 feet. So I think this brings a little more equity to the situation. And my only question is the appeal process. So I think this is fine. I think, the concept of whether it's, saturating to a negative degree a neighborhood or a complex, that's important. But how does the appeal process work?
I think the appeal process works through the appeal process that we currently have.
Considered so it would be a special use?
It's not a special use.
No, it's not a special use. So how would a resident
Andrew San Roman, Building and Development Services Manager. So there is an appeals process written into Section 597 of the ordinance, and according to the appeals process, if the applicant for a short-term rental license is denied approval, they may appeal by submitting a written appeal request to the Building and Development Services Department. That request then would go to the Planning and Development Committee.
I'm sorry, I guess I meant appealing for residents in the neighborhood. So say, since we would be removing the 600 feet distance requirement and just keeping our 144, but also then allowing for, how would a neighbor appeal? Say you're on the block and you're getting a third short-term rental. What would be the process for challenging that if we were to eliminate the distance?
There is no process for that.
There would be no process. So a neighborhood, I mean, to your point, Councilmember Rogers, you were saying this would go through the same process standard where you say this is, creating, not saturation, what's the term you use? When you have too much of one thing in one area.
Negative cumulative effect.
A negative cumulative effect. So how would that be, how could a neighbor appeal that if they felt that was going on in their neighborhood? They couldn't, right? That would be purely staff to decide whether.
At present, there is none, and I misunderstood your question. I thought you were asking if someone were denied.
Right. No, I'm thinking of appeal in terms of, since we're eliminating, with the 600 feet, that does provide some protection, but it doesn't for people who live in a building. I don't think that provides any protection if it's 25%. That can entirely change the environment and the culture, especially for people who rent. So if you're able to live in a condominium building, you can have your rules where you can't do that, but if you rent, suddenly it's, open season, 25% of your where you live can be turned into short-term rentals, which isn't exactly fair. So I do support that, but I'm also concerned about now that we don't have any distances, staff's making these decisions, whether or not there's a negative cumulative impact. So that's my concern. There should be a way that a resident could appeal, I guess.
So I guess in response to that, we are still maintaining the notification to neighbors, correct? Correct. That is currently in place? Right,
Correct.
Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure. So neighbors will be informed. If our staff wants to make decisions that neighbors are opposed to overwhelmingly, then that's on our staff to do that. We've already seen some of this happen, but I don't know if we create a long involved process as well, that really works for us.
But
or if we want to put in that a neighbor could use that same appeal process if they wanted to. That's what we allow for fences and really any other type of minor variation, because that's where they're handled administratively.
So I would say yes, then we should have something in there, given that we're removing the distance. And again, I support this because I think otherwise it's unfair to folks who rent, where you could have a negative cumulative impact in a building of people who rent. So I do support that, but I think we need to have an appeal process that's not, a formalized appeal process for neighbors, not for that's already in there for the person who has the short-term rental. So I'm not sure how that would look, but I think it has to be somehow where it could come to a vote where we could deny it.
Alex.
So there is a revocation process. In here, it's 5-9-10. So the license can be revoked for a lot of different reasons. So it may be something that's included here. So if the property is becoming a negative effect on the neighborhood, the license can be revoked. So that is one way that the neighbors will have an impact. They can come to staff and we can look into their complaints and then revoke the license if needed.
That's great, but it's not sufficient in the sense that we don't want to set people up for these, fights and having to revoke something and have someone have to move. It's to prevent that. So that's where I think if we have some way that residents can appeal it, saying we feel there's a negative cumulative impact on our neighborhood, maybe one, short-term rental is a large home and there's a lot of people there. I mean, there's a lot of different reasons that it could, that multiple, a couple of them within a block could cause negative cumulative impact. And so I just think we need to have something, and I'm not sure, besides revoking is fine, but I think we need something preemptively available to residents if we're going to remove the 600 feet. Or we adapt it so that you can't do 25% in a building.
Councilmember Hadakadis, followed by Isles.
So I'm uncomfortable taking away the distance requirement. I think since I've been on council and on planning and development, I personally don't like the potential subjective manner that we approve and deny these type of rentals. Now, this is a question, I guess, for Council Ruggie. So I know we have a couple concerns out there. I think, could we add a provision, 25% of a building, no more than 2 or 3 units? So then that would make, if you had an 8-unit building, you couldn't have more than 2, where like a 12-unit, you couldn't have more than 2 vacation rentals there. Is that something we could,
Absolutely. So it could be 25% or a maximum of X units.
Which it currently is, 6.
Yeah.
So we could lower that.
Could lower it.
If people are on board for that. And then the other thing, I know Councilmember Burns has a concern about owner occupied. Could we have an appeal, like a hardship waiver for owner occupied applicants? So if perchance there is someone who is looking to rent, first floor, they're 2 flat, and there's someone else within 600 feet or whatever, could we have a hardship waiver where they could have a separate application specifically for owner occupied? Or is that something
That I'd have to look into as well. I think the similar argument would be like if you own a building but you live out of state and you have a hardship. So yeah, I think that's what we'd run into.
Okay. So I am going to vote no. I guess Councilmember Rogers, would you have any, would you be in favor of lowering that 6 units to 3, no more than 3 or 2?
I'm in favor of that as a base thing, but I also think that impacts of different types of rentals are going to have different impacts in the neighborhood. And so, everybody can vote as they will on this, but I will not vote for a 600-foot restriction on areas. And so, if everybody else is fine with going ahead with 600 feet. And
So Councilmember Hadakadis still has the floor, so I think you've answered his question.
Yeah, he can. Done.
Councilmember Isles.
It seems like a lot to replace with the one sentence. Like, would you be open to replacing just number 1 and keeping 2, 3, and 4? I'm a little worried about this 600 feet thing just because there's 78 out there already, right? If someone's on a block, that means no one else on that block can ever have one. That seems problematic to me.
So the request, I think, Councilmember Rogers, was for you to consider a friendly amendment that would.
I think there may have been a misunderstanding. When I said replacing all, it's replacing 1.
Oh.
4, 5.
Let me
not 2, 3,
restate,
4.
let me now
I'm
correctly
sorry,
state the amendment. The amendment is to replace
when you
section,
asked, yeah.
the amendment is to replace section 5-9-6B1
And 1A.
and including 1A with the language previously read, while retaining 2, 3, and 4 within 5-9-6B.
That makes more sense.
That's correct. Yeah, and I'm sorry. When you said all, I thought you meant A and.
Understood. Councilmember Isles still has the floor.
No, I'm good. I understand now better.
Mayor, can you say that one more time?
Yeah, so basically, he's not deleting items 2, 3, and 4. He's keeping them. He's just changing 1, which includes 1 lowercase a, with the other thing that we previously read, which was, just to recap, the proposed short-term rental will not cause a negative cumulative effect when its effect is considered in conjunction with a cumulative effect of other short-term rentals on the immediate neighborhood and on the city as a whole, which may actually be a palindromic sentence. So then it keeps 2, 3, and 4,
yes,
but swaps out something less prescriptive for 1/1A. Okay, at this time, no one is asked to speak for a first time, so we go back for second cracks, beginning with Councilmember Burns with 3 minutes left.
I'm going to hold for now. Is there anybody else next or no?
Sure is.
Okay, good.
At this time, there's no one requesting to speak for first time, so we go back to council for second opportunities to Councilmember Newsom with 4:20 left.
Thank you for making that clarification that 2, 3, and 4 will stay. That's what I was going to suggest if Councilmember Isles hadn't already brought that up. I'm going to agree with Councilmember Harikaris that one of the things that has made this difficult when applications have come in front of us is there's not really firm guidance to for the council or for applicants. So I would like to keep the distance requirement as something a little bit more definitive, a little bit more clear. And if it needs to be changed in the future, we can always consider that.
Still no one requesting to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Kelly, who has only 30 seconds left.
So I have a couple of questions. So if a building has, say you have a 50-unit building and it's got 10 or more, 12 units, does that then take up the 600 feet? I mean, are we done then? So if someone has if it's a smaller building that has a couple of units, does that mean if there are other homes on the block, they then can't? No, that counts as one. So if there are multiple short-term rentals in a building, that only counts as in terms of the distance.
So if there's a multi-unit building that has short-term rental units in it, as it's currently written, no one else could have a short-term rental within 600 feet of that.
Because it would max out that, right, if it had 2 or 3 or 4.
Even if it only had 1, the way it's currently written.
Even if it only had 1.
Within
Well, but it
600
could
feet,
have 10. I mean, depending on the site, so it could have 5.
Yeah, but basically, you can never have any within 600 feet except in the same building.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So you could, right. So, and right now you're saying that neighbors do get notified?
So actually, I did want to correct that. That was taken out of the ordinance because that was originally in the ordinance that they were to notify neighbors because there was an impending P&D discussion about it. So they were to notify neighbors, this is going to go before planning and development. So
Okay.
that is no longer in the.
So they don't get notified, okay.
Correct.
Okay, so I would propose reducing, I still think we have to have something in there about the negative cumulative impact, no matter what, because if you have one large short-term rental that's, causing a lot of.
So are you making a motion here?
Yeah, can I finish?
Well, your time is up, and there's already a motion on the table.
Okay, well, then we can finish. Right, so I would motion to reduce the 25% to 10% in buildings. But I think.
So I think Councilmember Rogers' amendment would have to be voted down before that motion would even make sense. There's a motion right now to strip everything you're talking about out. Let's dispense with that motion, and then you can react accordingly. Still no one's requesting to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Burns with 3 minutes left.
When is the moratorium up again?
Beginning of March. I think it's March 9th, maybe.
Is this our last meeting, right? Yeah. Of course. I think also a concern about Councilman Rogers' language is I think everybody is going to appeal because you're not going to understand really how staff came to that decision. You're going to want council to weigh in on it, and so I don't think that part will necessarily work. I also want to say I agree with, and I agree with Councilmember Hedekadis that a lot of there are a few things that encourage us to take a look at this language, but one of them was trying to have like a process where there's less discretion, where it's like if you check these boxes, you get it. If you don't, you don't. And I think adding this could, kind of leave us in the same place where we started in an important aspect, which is everybody is kind of coming to their own conclusion about how to interpret that part, if it's appealed, if that's the way we do it. That aside, I really would like to know if we can have an exception if we stay with the 600 feet, if we can have an exception that says for property management in Evanston. So not mention ownership, just say property management in Evanston, which if it's owner occupied, they're the ones managing it. And if they find somebody in Evanston, then they would satisfy that. And there's still a cap. So we're still controlling how many of these are in Evanston. We're just saying if it's part of the applicant pool, there are people who are 600 feet away from an existing short-term rental that if they have property management in Evanston, that they would still be allowed to apply. So that's what the motion I plan to make if we can't figure out how to address this.
So if I can just to point out, so there is currently a requirement that you have a property manager that lives within 3 miles of the city of Evanston. Yeah. Okay.
Seeing no further discussion, would the clerk please take the roll on the motion of Councilmember Rogers, which again amends 5-9-6B 1 and 1A only while retaining 2, 3, and 4.
Councilmember Burns? Aye. Councilmember Sufferton? Aye. Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Hedekadis?
No.
Councilmember Kelly? Councilmember Harris? Aye. Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma?
No.
With 6 voting in favor and 2 voting against, the motion carries, and ordinance 2-0-26 is so amended. Is there any further discussion? Councilmember Kelly, your time is up, but if you care to make a motion, please go ahead.
I wanted to make a motion to reduce the percent of 25 to 10% on building.
That number is gone altogether.
Sorry,
Yeah.
that one, sorry. Okay, got it.
Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk please take the roll on the amended ordinance?
Councilmember Burns? Aye. Councilmember Sufferton? Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Hedekadis?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly? Councilmember Harris? Aye. Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and ordinance 2-0-26 as amended is adopted. Now, is there a motion on item SSC1?
Mr. Mayor, I would move item SSC1, fiscal year 2026 allocation recommendations for case management and safety net services.
Second.
Councilmember Rogers moves adoption of the allocation FY 2026 allocation recommendations for case management and safety net services. Councilmember Harris seconds. Councilmember Isles.
I pulled this from the consent agenda because I have to abstain. The organization I work for, Interfaith Action, is one of the organizations that's receiving money.
Councilmember Harris.
Thank you. Just wanted to say that this was my first year sitting on this committee, and it was very interesting to work through allocating money and not allocating money to different organizations. It was a really eye-opening, interesting process, and just want to share that we put a lot of time and energy into making these recommendations.
Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Hedekadis?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly? Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Isles?
I abstain.
Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
With 7 voting in favor, none voting against, and 1 abstention, the motion carries, and the allocation recommendations are accepted. Now on call of the wards, Councilmember Burns.
No report.
Councilmember Sufferton.
I just want to acknowledge the passing of John Adamson, lifelong Evanston resident, good man, and the March 3rd bike plan meeting will be at Westminster Place, 1st, 7th, and 6th wards.
Councilmember Rogers.
While we're acknowledging people, and I'm sorry I forget his last name, but Bill of Bill's Drive-In just recently passed. They had been there since 1949. So a true legacy Evanston business. Thank you.
Councilmember Hadakatis.
Office hours at Reprise Roasters this Friday at 11 o'clock.
Councilmember Kelly.
Discussion, I believe, this Wednesday at Economic Development about parking. So if you have concerns about parking, please share your thoughts with us. Thank you.
Sounds like it's going to be a busy economic development meeting. Councilmember Harris.
Just wanted to give a shout out. Evanston Reparations did an expo this weekend at ETHS and went really, really well. Looking forward to making that an annual event. Second ward meeting will be March 17th, Robert Crown. That's it.
Councilmember Isles.
I'd like to point out before our local press leaves that we had our first significant vote about zoning, and it was unanimous.
Councilmember Newsmill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Fourth Ward, office hours, Tuesday, March 3rd at Robert Crown, 7 o'clock. We are going to be talking about solar energy in Evanston, including the new 1 megawatt rooftop solar system on Robert Crown. Also want to say thank you to the 304 people who submitted entries for the Gray Park Dog Park naming contest. There were 605 entries altogether from these 304 people. Two of my favorites are Doggy McDog Park and Wagley Field, but I will not solely be making the choice. We're going to narrow the list down to 2, and then the community will be voting, so stay tuned for that.
Sounds like we just narrowed the list down to 2. With that, the February 23rd meeting of the Evanston City Council stands adjourned. Have a good evening, friends.